supply your furniture. Teachers call the Science Theater for reservations today.
5 o'clock Pacific time. The sun setting over the city of Los Angeles. And inside the Coliseum, 90,000 ready to watch the 68th renewal of one of the great rivalries in college football, Notre Dame against Southern California. When the Classic began back in the 20s, the Notre Dame and USC football teams traveled to the big game by train. There were no TV cameras then, just black and white film being shown at movie screens on Saturday afternoons. But with the proliferation of colored television, the game of football exploded in living rooms everywhere. The Notre Dame-USC rivalry burned brighter than ever. But for the last decade, it's been Irish rules. USC has not won a game since this one, and that was back in 1982. It's been a long, dry spell for the Trojans. And now the seniors having been introduced, the Trojans are ready. Can they win one for their embattled coach? ABC Sports presents college football. It's Notre Dame against USC. Well, Lou Holtz closing out his great career with the Fighting Irish. 11 years. This is his last regular season game. He's down below live with our Jack Arute. Let's go to Jack.
Coach, such a very special moment. How about preparation for this game with all the emotions that you've had to go through?
I think that we probably made better preparation ever before. I felt we owed it to our football team not to let this be a distraction. I think we're going to play well. I hope so.
We'll go out and make that final walk in regular season, Coach.
This is a big night for the Fighting Irish. A win puts them into a position to perhaps play in an Alliance Bowl for $8.5 million. Good evening and welcome, everybody. I'm Brent Musburger. Lou Holtz saying, well, John Robinson, his players are saying they're going to win one to save his job. I told my seniors, just play well enough to get me a job. Won't be easy to know. The Trojans are going to play well here tonight. Brad Otten is able to start. He'll wear a flak jacket. He says he's throwing well, even though the weight is bulky and awkward at times. On the other side, Notre Dame quarterback Ronnie Paulus. He has thrown a school record 42 touchdown passes. And he could still come back and play another year at South Bend. But that decision is down the road. Well, everybody has a memory about their first USC Notre Dame game. Dick Vermeil, when was the first time you saw this great matchup?
Well, Brent, as a very young high school football coach in the early 60s, I put 3 little kids and a wife in a 1950 Ford and made the round trip from Northern California just to see SC and Notre Dame play. And you know something? It was a great game then, and it'll be a very good game tonight.
Now, we were with John Robinson. Does he have to win tonight to save his job?
Well, you know, in talking with John, he said the pressure is eased a little bit. And he jokingly said, you know, if Clinton can keep his job with 49% of the vote, why not John Robinson? But you know, that was his attitude, really.
Now, tell me, though, about the Trojans. They've been in a tailspin. Can they stick with the Irish here tonight?
Well, I believe they can. They're physically good enough. They're very young, and that's been a problem all year. They played extremely well in the first half and folded in the second half. I really think playing SC tonight is like going hunting for a lion that's crippled in the jungle. It could be a real problem for Notre Dame.
Sounds like a good one, Coach. The subplot, the coaching matchup. Lou Holtz, his last regular season game at Notre Dame. Will it be John Robinson's at USC? We'll find out.
Some people long for the good old days, before there were hundreds of channels of television, before there was an internet to surf, before you could email someone on the other side of the world. Let me tell you something about the good old days. They were pretty dull. I want to see things I've never seen, hear things I've never heard, experience things I've never experienced. Otherwise, What's the point of being here?
Philips Magnavox. Let's make things better.
Maybe you think only those fast lane types need a Nokia cellular phone.
Bill, Bob, I'm running late.
Well, now Nokia's making cellular phones so easy.
So, cover for me during finger paints?
They're practically child's play.
Right, it's Science Day.
With Nokia's big screens, easy to find names and numbers, and sleek designs.
Coach, could you handle Sandbox for me? I'm like in a 4-lane parking lot. We're talking rest period before I get there.
Nokia, connecting people. Someone could win $1 million at the Nokia Sugar Bowl on January 2nd. Be sure to watch.
Rent a car for my trip? Looks expensive.
It's not expensive, Mom.
They pick us up? Sounds expensive.
Pickup's free, Mom.
Well, if it's not expensive, why didn't I get a convertible?
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Wonderful night in Los Angeles. The skyline there in the background, the Coliseum, 90,000 on hand. There's the young phenom for the Trojans, number 18. That's J.R. Soward back there. And we can see that Chris Miller, number 2, is in front of him. So they're going to try to hide Soward, who is averaging 32 yards a kickoff return. Obviously, Jim Sanson will try to keep it away. They move on the kickoff. Soward at the goal line, coming out from the 5 to the 10. Cuts 20, 25, breaks free, and here he comes again. 35, 40, 45, still going before he's out of bounds at midfield. The young sensation.
Now, Notre Dame did everything they could with their kickoff coverage. They used a bunch linemen originally and then spread out so USC could not define their blocking scheme. It doesn't matter when you have a skilled athlete like Soward. He just comes up there, and a lot of this was done on his own, Brent. Watch him make people miss. Boom, boom. He makes this guy miss. He gets a block right there. Now it's just innate running skills, and he runs just as well after a pass reception.
Well, Dick, he is 1 yard short of the 50-yard line with that 49-yard return, meaning the Trojans will open up with half a field to play on. And they will start off by putting the ball in the hands of Delon Washington, who has started at that tailback spot. Brad Otten, 15-7-1 as a starter, including that big Rose Bowl victory over in Pasadena against Northwestern. Chili's backs and receivers, R.J. Soward. They will also try to get the ball in his hands as a wide receiver. He simply is a big play man tonight. John Robinson leads him now. It'll be 2nd down and 7 after the 3-yard run for Washington. And Otten on 2nd down will put it up, comes right down the middle, complete. Miller, 1st down at the Irish 22-yard line.
They got excellent play action that time, and it took a long time because it was a deep tailback fake. Now that gave the receiver to the right side of your screen time to get downfield. He made a post move back up inside and then got behind the corner. He got on the strong safety right there and got in behind the corner. Good action. They had the tight end out in front of that corner to pull him up in that double zone look.
Now the offset, Rodney Sermons to the left. Delon on control on 1st down, going to drop it off on a quick one over here to the right side. And Washington's got an alley out of bounds at the 8-yard line. Well, here is that offensive line, and Dick, I think the one thing to keep in mind about the Trojans' offensive line is how young it is. Now, Breimer is a junior, but there are 2 freshmen in that line tonight. Milo moves in with Claridge, and they'll be working against a big, strong, tough front for the Irish. They clean up that front very well over there. Ronaldo Wynn out of the Chicago area is one of the best. Number 48 right there, down in his 3-point stance and ready to go here on 2nd down. And they just absolutely eat the Trojan running back up on that play. A quick look at their secondary for Notre Dame, and again, it always features some good young talent back there. It always seems when I do Notre Dame, somebody's coming along. Alan Rossum is perhaps the fastest of those back there. Deke Cooper is the freshman. He's the free safety. He's number 1. So there's a great future ahead of a lot of those defensive backs back there.
job in scoring touchdowns in the red zone this year, but they've gotten down there, but they haven't put it in for 6.
Second and goal, right side, and it is dropped by LaVale Woods.
He started a run before he put it away. They had a little screen pass going, and all the way from up here, you could see him turn his head and look for the defense to converge, and he took his eye off the ball. See what I'm talking about here inside the 20-yard line. 73% isn't too bad. The 20 touchdown.
I think it would affect the Trojans a little bit in the early going with such great field position if they're unable to score a touchdown against this Irish defense. And they have held up sometimes down here in the red zone, but as you can see, 77% of the time the opposition has scored. Now they'll come third down, and Otten going straight back, left corner of the end zone, incomplete. His intended receiver was Bastianelli.
And Otten is down. They got to him right off the bat with real pressure. Now he has that flak jacket on, Brent, but there's still some pain involved. Defensive coordinator Bob Davey came after him. He gets back there, straight drop back, pedaling back. He looks back to his left. He sees the pressure. That's number 2, Kenham Tatum, an inside linebacker not picked up properly that gets there, and he also gets whacked real good by another defender.
It's an interesting decision for John Robinson. Otten has to leave. The senior is Matt Koffler. He's number 13. You would think he would come in, but Quincy Woods is going to be used at some time in this game, and with the fact that it is 4th down, obviously they can wait a series before they make up their quarterback decision, because Abrams will come in and attempt a field goal.
You'll see him from the right side of your screen, number 2. He gets up in there. He leaps up over the back. Now coming around the outside there was Corey Minor, number 4. Boy, I'll tell you, 2 linebackers like that, they can pressure a quarterback, and when you're wearing a flak jacket, you better not get hit.
Otten heads off to the sideline, and the Trojans will attempt a 30-yard field goal. The ball will be spotted at the 20-yard line. Jim Wren, the punter, number 17, he'll be the holder. He'll put it down, and the Trojans will attempt to get on the scoreboard first. This was a very disappointing moment for Trojan fans last week when Abrams missed one in regulation that would have beaten UCLA. Instead, they went into double overtime, and one of the great triumphs by the Bruins. They pull out one of the best games of the year from a fan standpoint. And now the Trojans strike first with the 30-yard field goal by Abrams. Lou Holtz and the Irish will have their first possession when we come back.
You gotta have fire. Slapping, laughing, fancy flames, flicking chicken from every side until marinated bird in garlic and lime has turned from good into sublime. Oh, what has Chili's thus created? Why, it's margarita grilled chicken consummated, served horizontally, grill marks up on a tostada with a lot of what your mouth waters for. That rib stick and margarita grilled chicken, 'cause Chili's grills like no place else.
The Panasonic Razor. Shave wet or shave dry. Your choice. Your shave. Rinse clean. Work hard. Play hard. Shave your way. Panasonic.
People call you guys bunny spotters.
Bunny spotters. I think that it trivializes what we do. It's much larger than that.
To watch somebody see it for the first time.
Whoa. I feel very fortunate to be here because, you know, when we're all gone, I'm still going to be out there.
To you, it looks like this. To a car thief, it looks like this. And to our Ford Motor Company engineers, it looks like one of the most powerful anti-theft devices ever. Only this key sends an electronic code to the engine before it will ever start. So it looks like your new Mercury Sable will be just where you parked it. Ford. Quality is job one.
Rosie spends a fortune redecorating, but money can't buy taste.
It's a little revealing.
I got it for when Dan comes home to distract him in case he don't like the furniture.
All new Roseanne, ABC, Tuesday.
That's Brad Otten, and let's quickly go down and check a rear, Jack.
Well, Brent, you can see they've loaded Brad Otten onto a go-kart, and they're going to take him into the locker room. Not for X-rays. I talked to the doctor. He said, all we want to do is get his shoulder pads and the flak jacket off and examine him further. He said, basically, that hit just aggravated the injury up above the sternum here and over in the high ribs. But they don't seem too concerned, at least not concerned enough, to go for X-rays.
Jack, thank you. David Bell kicking off, and now the Irish game breaker. This is Alan Rossum. He has 3 punt returns for touchdowns, 1 kickoff return, and the Trojans defend him well. So Ron Hollis and the Irish will come out here on the 21-yard line with the first series under Lou Holtz. 2 touchdowns and an interception against USC, but he's completed 61%. And our Chili's backs and receivers for the Irish, Autry Denson, 23. Not only is he a good runner, but he's also an excellent receiver. See number 23 there, and he'll line up behind Hollis. They'll offset the fullback.
They like to run toward that offset fullback. They'll play action pass with him out of the backfield.
Cut back behind the left side of that line. Coach out to the 26-yard line, and let's take a look at this Irish offensive line. Chris Clevenger and Mike Dowdy are 2 big tackles. 300-pounders will be occupying those sides. There's been a lot of changes within the interior of that offensive line from time to time, and they're blocking on, well, I'll tell you what, 96 in there. Mr. Russell, Big D, and he's simply one of the best in the college game when he decides to go hard. Trojan coaches say that time to time the young man will take a snap or 2 off, and in a game like this, he needs to stand up on every snap. So we'll see how 96 does. Claiborne, of course, is the young linebacker there. He is number 55 out of Riverside, California. And there we can see Dalen McCutcheon. He is the great defensive back out of Walnut, California, number 1, and with the play clock being tended to here by the officials, that's why we've got a little bit of delay. Ron Hollis goes back in. Dick, I think fans will be interested in what you think about Ron Hollis.
You know, I really like him, and he's not the classic passer, Brent, but you watch him on the practice field, all he does is throw completed passes. He's very good in the play-action game that they use here. They have a spread offense game plan to use tonight and spread receivers across the field, and he threw well on Tuesday on the practice field. I'm impressed with the guy. If he goes to the right places for pro football, if that's what he decides to do, and sticks with a great quarterback coach and everything else, I think he has a real good shot. And Coach Holtz says he doesn't want to be accused of the reason if he doesn't make it. He says every time a quarterback at Notre Dame struggles, it's because of our offense. He says that's baloney.
So the referee was telling Hollis how they would operate the 25-second clock here while it is being repaired in the Coliseum. There is your classic eye look with Denson back in that eye formation, and he'll get his first carry behind the right side. And number 92, Kennel, is there to bring him down. Now, he's a pretty useful defensive lineman, too. He doesn't get the publicity that 96 does, but Matt Kennel will do the job.
Yes, he does. And right now, Keith Burns, defensive coordinator for USC, threw a real game plan changeup on Notre Dame. He's playing an 8-man front and a 3-deep secondary. Now, what that does for you is puts another man up at the line of scrimmage to get at the point of attack running-wise, because they know that Notre Dame makes the commitment to run.
Well, on 3rd down, they've got an option in this situation. And they're going to run for it. Here's Denson. Gets a block on the left side, and he picks up a Notre Dame first down at the 34-yard line.
They got a real good push from the offensive line. No penetration by the Trojans that time. They had enough people up on there, but George Perry was on the line of scrimmage, and he couldn't get it pushed upfield, Brent.
Well, we see McCutcheon there. He's the standout of that defensive backfield. Brian Kelly will play some on the corner. And Grant Pearsall is going to be moved up into that linebacking spot a little bit tonight, too, isn't he?
Yes, he was up there.
Well, we can see that Mosley goes out as a slot man to the right for Hollis here on 1st and 10 for the Irish. 4 receivers out and 1 running back in this formation. And the Trojans were going to rush, and they came up the middle with the run. They brought the fullback Spencer against that defensive front.
What happens with an 8-man front, when you spread out 3 receivers to one side and 1 receiver to the other side, you have to take one of those guys out of there and get him involved in pass defense. Now, that loosens them up, and that's exactly what they did that time. They ran right up inside there. Now, offensive coordinator Dave Roberts said they came to make a commitment to run, but they do want to spread them out and throw the football.
Champion and Nelson, the 2 wideouts for the Irish. and 10 with Spencer carrying the ball and Mark Casano making the stop.
Well, that big offensive line in there, they like to trap, Brent, and pull the guard, and they're actually right now have Mike Rosenthal, who's healthy again now, back in there at that right guard. He's a 6'7", 302-pound guy, and when he pulls across that center and traps a defensive tackle, he carries a load.
Think somewhat efficient using the fullback here. Yes, quietly moving down the field against this Trojan defense.
Lou always uses the fullback.
Joe Paterno likes that fullback too. We saw that, didn't we?
We sure have. And Paulus down, little play action, rolling, sprinting actually over to the right side, down the sideline and out of bounds. Made that commitment, got in awfully deep over there as he sprinted toward that sideline.
And real good coverage. And when you're sprinting like that, you really lose the field to attack. But it puts you out in front of where you want to throw the ball. But defensively, Dalen McCutcheon, the real fine corner, did a nice job. And Sammy Knight, number 9, comes up there and pressures him.
Sammy Knight, an awfully good football player.
One of the better players I've studied on game tape all year. He flashes into plays.
Champions off to the right and Nelson to the left. The wide receivers now for the Irish. Jensen. Back to the line of scrimmage. Russell, nothing else doing as number 96 gets the job done. Well, Ron Paulus, such an interesting young man. Jackaroot.
He's been through all sorts of things, from high school when they talked about him going to Notre Dame. But one thing has followed Ron Paulus all through high school, all through his college career. Beneath his game jersey, there is a Berwick High School football jersey. And it says WETSU. It stands for We Eat This Stuff Up.
Well, he'd like to eat up this 3rd and 11 right now. Kriklovich, his tight end, has not been involved yet. He's got a slot over to the right, looking for time, in trouble, and Notre Dame forced the punt. That was Sammy Knight, who was putting the heat on the quarterback.
He came off the corner. No one picked him up. I don't know what the protection was supposed to be, but I kind of doubt unless they had a hot receiver on that side, and that's not Lou's style of pass offense. Somebody should have picked him up. They brought 3 people to the one side, and that usually leaves one guy free.
Larry Parker over talking about it with Holtz.
Shark Cook back on USC.
Punt this ball for the Irish.
Beautiful punt.
Fair catch signal. It's a fake as it goes on into the end zone, and that'll come on out at the 20-yard line. So the deep man held up that coverage a little bit, a 52-yard punt, but they lose 20 yards at the other end of it.
On the punt, 500.
This is Ford Escort. It's new and it's nifty. It's made for the smart, the intelligent thrifty. It's new out and in, has airbags for 2. Even anti-lock brakes are available. Ooh, the trunk, it is huge to hold tremendous treasure. And if your treasure is of stupendous measure, the rear seat folds down to let bigger things in, still leaving room for your next of kin's kin. It has all the whatsits and gidgets, to put it concisely, and Escort's right price should suit you quite nicely.
Room 1203 wants to swim without floaties. Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
Oh, we got a live one here.
Rated PG-13. Daylight breaks this Friday.
When I get a headache, I just want it gone. But not with Tylenol.
On tough pain, 2 Advil work better than any 2 Tylenol.
Nothing is proven to work better or last longer than Advil. Nothing.
Advanced medicine for pain.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one. Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. At Marriott Hotels, Resorts, and Suites, we believe when you're comfortable, you can do anything. 90,000 on hand at the Los Angeles Coliseum. And the veteran, Matt Koppler, will replace the injured Brad Otten. He's out of Rosemead, California. He had to replace Otten last week in that shootout against UCLA. He'll just hand it off to Washington on first down to the 24-yard line, a run of 4 yards with Ronaldo Wynn making the stop for the Irish.
Mike Riley, the offensive coordinator for USC, told me in their running game they're going to make a real emphasis to get the ball upfield. Start in a direction and then get it upfield because Notre Dame linebackers flow so well. They'd like to think that they can get a cutback up inside there.
Sermon again at that fullback spot. And he'll get the call, but Notre Dame was ready for it. Made one step, and he was hit by Wynn and Maiden. Ronaldo 48 and 42, Coach.
I know it. Ronaldo Wynn's an awfully good football player. He has good quickness, and he liked it. He's a senior. He's going to graduate. He's going to go to law school if he doesn't make it in the National Football League, and visiting with him Tuesday on campus. Really put together, very, very strong. He's the leader of the defense. As he plays, the defense plays.
Back, they wanted the screen incomplete under enormous pressure that time, and again it was Ronaldo Wynn, so the senior is off to a big start defensively for the Irish.
You know, on screens you allow defensive linemen to get upfield quick on you, but you don't want them to get up that quick. They're trying to block him with a tight end that time because protection was going away, and John Allred, 89, who's just coming off the injury list himself, was trying to block him and didn't do a real good job. He's a physical blocker, but not a pass blocker.
Well, here comes one of the great punters in the Pac-10, Jimmy Wren. Ooh, he was under pressure, and he nailed it. Over Denson's head, takes a bounce, and the Trojans will down it at the 25-yard line.
How long was that? 51-yard punt. My gosh.
Brad Otten reappears from the tunnel. Let's go to Jack Arute. Jack?
Well, Brent, the doctors have looked over Brad Otten, and they have determined that he has aggravated the bruise to his sternum. I asked the doctor, does that mean that he won't be able to play? They said what they're going to do, bring him out, have him go through the throwing motion, the drop-back motions, see just how much pain he is in, and they said it'll be up to Brad whether he wants to play or not.
Dick, that was a heck of a punt under pressure by Wren, showing us immediately why he is so good.
He has 16 of them coming into this game over 50 yards, Brent.
And he hit another one. That's 17, eh? Denson made the most out of it, spinning for a couple of yards before Big D, Russell, number 96, bringing him down again.
He's capable of dominating a football game when his motor is running full speed. When you watch him, I tell you, he can dominate the guy in front of him and then get to the ball as well as any defensive tackle we have seen all year, and we've seen some good ones. He's just a little bit immature. He's got another year to play here, and I hope he stays and plays because he's going to be a real significant factor in a good football team next year.
Four wide receivers, only Kirk Plumage is one of the wideouts. He is way out to the left side of this formation for Paulus. Paulus rolls in that direction, looks for his veteran tight end, couldn't find him, and he is smashed out of bounds at the 27 by Chris Claiborne, the freshman from Riverside, California.
They wanted to run a shuffle pass, so pull the backside guard here and try to get up underneath it. Paulus will come back out of there, and he's going to flip it up there. Tried to, he couldn't. The defense took it away, and Jamie Spencer couldn't get the pitch. Good defense that time. Good penetration. Penetration really annihilates a lot of offensive plays.
They're down in 7 for the Irish.
The run balanced to the top of the field.
Changes the call, pointing to his two wideouts to that unbalanced side.
I bet he goes to the slot.
Don't they usually? Here he comes. Got his fumble. Trojans have got it.
Sammy Knight.
Knight at the 30. Inside the 20. It's still going. Sammy Knight to the 6-yard line. And Sammy Knight is one of the great men. That's the 5th straight game with an interception and a total of 6 for the Trojans. That fumble on the ground is what he picked up. They'll rule that that was a fumble recovery.
Right. But, you know, he returned one last week against UCLA for 74 yards, an interception. I thought they would throw the ball in the slot because the corner was back off him deep. They get it out there to Mosley, number 5. He gets it tucked away, but not properly. It was loose there. McCutcheon stripped him, and here comes Sammy Knight. And he can make the plays. I cannot emphasize that enough. Not only as a pass defender in this situation, but as a run defender. It's important to cash in on your turnover opportunities. Soward. Nothing doing. That was number 2 defensively, and that was Tatum for the Irish. Well, Bob Davie, the defensive coordinator for Notre Dame, told me they were very concerned about Soward in the screens. He's an excellent runner, as he's already demonstrated on kickoff return, and they were going to rely on just guts and pursuit. They weren't going to do anything specific to try to take that away other than mental recognition and then fly to the football. Next year's coach. Next year's head coach. Had a nice time visiting with him Tuesday, and he says he doesn't know what role to play right now. Defensive coordinator under Lou Holtz. Probably the only defensive coordinator Holtz didn't run off. Back under pressure, going to be sacked and down at the 21-yard line. Number 4, Corey Minor, the sophomore. They've had sack probably, the first 3 games of the year, or 4 games here, they had 3 sacks. Since then, they had 24 coming in this one. They just have a lot of trouble pass protecting. And when you put 2 true freshmen in the offensive line, you're going to have some problems. That takes more time to learn from a fundamental technique standpoint. I asked Bob Davie what he learned from Lou Holtz. He says, you know what I really learned, number 1, was mental toughness. How to concentrate under pressure when everybody's yelling at you. And he said, there's more pressure at Notre Dame than any other place. I learned mental toughness, he said. 3rd and 21. Line up right now because Miller was on the wrong side of the formation. This is a great defensive series to turn the ball over like that, and for Notre Dame to come in and shut him out right now. That's a heck of a series. Only a field goal in this game so far, but it's early in the Coliseum. The Trojans lead it by 3.
Budweiser, always brew refresh.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Dig it.
Life isn't just measured in days or years. It's measured in doorways and walkways. Or a favorite sweater, long outgrown. At State Farm, we give our policyholders a yardstick of their own. It's called the Family Insurance Checkup. It helps them measure their own needs and pick the coverage that's right for them. So call your agent for a checkup. Because insurance, like other things in life, is something you never want to outgrow.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
While the Ford Contour is an engineering marvel on paper, who wants to stay home and read the paper? Experience the quick reflex multi-valve moves of a very different four-door sedan. Ford Contour. One drive will surprise you.
Well, it's been a big weekend on ABC, and another one coming your way next Saturday. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship from St. Louis. Texas against Nebraska in that one. Then to Las Vegas for the WAC Championship. It's Brigham Young against Wyoming. And finally at night, Florida, which will fall out of that #1 ranking, will be taking on Alabama for the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. So 3 more very important football games coming your way next Saturday right here on ABC. Here the Trojans leading Notre Dame by a field goal, come up with 3rd down. Koffler, who has replaced Otten, gets time, tosses to the end zone, and over the head of his tight end, incomplete. And it's field goal time again as Gilbo was defending that for the Irish. Good coverage downfield. The pattern took a long time. They were trying to get the tight end to the corner. Good coverage down there. You'll see him right to the middle of your screen, number 89. Real fine tight end. One of the better tight ends in the country, especially when he's 100%. And he's not playing 100% tonight. John Allred a little nicked up. And now Abrams back for his 2nd field goal attempt of the game. The punter, Wren, is the holder as you look from behind him here for this 38-yard attempt. 4th for 7 on the year from that distance. Loves that distance. Yes.
Getting 3 points with that turnover is critical. Real good defensive job, though, of preventing the score, preventing the big play. Good fight in the Irish tonight.
Well, John Robinson, he's used to being ahead in the first half. Hey, Jackaroo?
Yeah, Brent, and also, you know, you got to wonder whether it's maybe important to the media, it may be important to the alumni for John Robinson to win this game. But last night, the seniors in the team, during their team meeting, sat down and said, Coach, it's not important to us. What's important to us is that this team shows Lou Holtz what we are made of. It seems that Lou came out somewhere during the course of the week and said he didn't think that the USC football team played like champions. The seniors stood up and said, what we want to do, Coach, is make sure that Lou Holtz's final regular season game is one that he always remembers as a loser.
You know, all that stuff doesn't make a darn bit of difference. About 6 plays into the game, you forget all that. You're playing football, you're wiping the sweat off your forehead, some guy's hitting you in the mouth, and you forget all that stuff that happened in the locker room. I learned that a long time ago.
The Trojans, coach, kick it off again. And the Irish have changed the deep man, Robert Farmer. And number 31 checks back in now. So he'll be returning this kickoff.
They were raving about how he's come along this senior year and played this year. I was on campus there too. They really like Robert Farmer. Not going to get a chance.
Out of bounds, he'll come out to the 35-yard line because of the penalty. So our officiating crew tonight is a split crew from the Pac-10 and the Mid-American Conference. Bill Richardson here is our referee, and he's from the Pac-10. Familiar face out here along the Pacific Network.
You know, I never liked split crews as a football coach. I never did. I never felt
first down.
They worked as well together. You know, it's not a crew that's been together all year, and they work a little bit at trying to please each other rather than doing a great job with the game. Now, that's an old has-been coach's opinion.
I don't know that you're a has-been coach.
Close to it.
First down now for Hollis and the Irish. Lovage, the tight end, is off to the right. And Hollis has been changing up a lot of plays at the line of scrimmage. Denson bangs off that first hit to the 42-yard line. That's a strong run of 7 yards on first down. And you love to sit in 2nd and 3, don't you, Coach?
You bet. When you have a fullback like Jamie Spencer, who's replacing Mark Edwards, and I didn't think anybody could step in and play fullback like Mark Edwards, their fine captain who's hurt a knee and not playing and might make it back for a bowl game. But Jamie Edwards has stepped in there and played very well. He has the physical stature at 6 foot and 247. He did a nice job blocking on that one.
Spencer's out of Monroe, Louisiana. Blocking on that one, and that frees Denson. Denson 40, 35, across the 30, and the Irish threaten. Pearsall runs him down.
Spencer did a nice job of kicking out, but the defender did not constrict the play. He didn't come in and take him on physically. He can't play that passively. If the ball's coming at you and the fullback's coming to kick you out, you better take him on. We'll take a look. Follow the fullback to the right as he goes for his kick-out block. You know, there's other people involved. Good blocking there. They pull the guard. They got the kick out right there. See that big lane up in there? The defender has to constrict it. Good job of running by this young man. He can really fly.
31 is the number of the moment. That was the gain, and Farmer, number 31, checks in and replaces Denson. He'll take a break. And they'll run Spencer. You could see movement down in the line, and the penalty flag has been thrown by the line judge over here on the near side, and he'll sort this out with Richardson and be underway. Well, I imagine it's a long, sad night for Gator fans. Meanwhile, for Seminole fans, they have to be soaring. Bobby Bowden and Florida State headed for the Nokia Sugar Bowl, no doubt.
Outside in the neutral zone at the snap, 1st and 5.
And now the question is, who will the Seminoles be playing down there in New Orleans? There's an interesting scenario. Obviously, Nebraska would figure to have the inside track if they beat Texas next Saturday in St. Louis, but nothing seems quite as clear-cut as it was a couple of weeks ago, now that the Gators have been knocked off their perch. Here's Paulus now bringing the Irish up to the line. Farmer and Spencer are again the running backs. 1st and 5. 4 down linemen for the Trojans. Here comes the blitz. Knight's coming. And Farmer can't even get back to the line of scrimmage. They were coming from both sides that time with that pressure look. Cusano, the linebacker on the right side, the sophomore from Texas, made the stop.
See, that Knight was a strong safety here for 2 years, and they played him linebacker this year as an experiment early, and he did a tremendous job. And he'll flash from the left side of your screen up in the corner there, and he turns it back to the inside where the rest of the defense is just waiting for the ball carrier. Good change-up call by Coach Burns, the defensive coordinator.
Papadakis checks in as one of the inside linebackers. Denson returns as a running back. 2nd down and 5. Denson slams through to the 18-yard line. Nice looking running back.
You know what they're doing? They're countering with their fullback. Now, Notre Dame is a big ISO lead play. Lead the fullback with the tailback carrying the ball behind him. Right now what they're doing, Brent, is sending the fullback one way and the tailback the other way. Now that freezes those linebackers and allows those big offensive guards at 300 pounds to get on them and also on those tackles. Good little change up in game plan.
Pretty good percentage down there inside the 20-yard line, isn't it, folks? 3rd down and short here for the Irish. Hollis will throw for it. Couldn't get it off. Kennelly was there, and he goes down at the 20-yard line. Obviously, when you said he's got it, you saw an open receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Throw right away.
You got to go. Yeah, you can't wait that long. 3rd and short, you're only looking for a yard. He had him right there. Pete Kraflevich was coming off the line of scrimmage. If he throws it over the inside, he's right here. He'll come off to the inside. Right here, he's open. It just took a little too long for him to recognize it. There he is, getting the ball. See, and he's looking a little bit too much to the back out of the flat. Now, you don't know what progression he was coached to read that. Short guy to tight end, but 3rd and short, I would have looked deep first, then we'll throw the 1st down second.
Of course, some turnovers down there, and the Trojans will call a timeout. Looking at this 4th down play, it is 4th and 3. And he wants to talk about it with his defensive unit right now. John Robinson is right there alongside of him. I'll remind you about some pretty good golf coming your way tomorrow on the network. Shell's Wonderful World of Golf. A couple of great veterans, Tom Kite and Ben Crenshaw in that. And then, of course, the back 9, the Skins game. That's tomorrow. So a good golf day here on ABC.
When you go on these golf things, do you ever play golf with them prior to it all get going?
Somebody will play with me. I just thinking, Dick, would you play for money? I'm thinking of that. Look at the cash.
Holy
Tom
heck.
Watson, huh?
That's not chicken feed. $60,000 for the first hole tomorrow. That's almost a week paycheck for you.
Okay, here on this 4th down. What do you think Lou Holtz has got up his sleeve here, Coach?
Well, you know, Lou is really one of those guys. It's hard to predict what he's going to do. You know, he will do the opposite of what the opponent thinks he's going to do many, many times. And he has fooled me many times up in the booth as we've presented him over the years. I think I would go ahead and kick the field goal.
Well, that's what I was just about to ask you.
Yeah.
You're only down 6, and Miami a big one. Denson goes out as a receiver, and Farmer is the running back behind Paulus.
They might throw the ball. They have a little gimmick pass they throw the ball outside on. Looks like they're going to blitz him. Here they come. Option. Hey, Lou did it.
1st down. Farmer's got it out of bounds at the 10-yard line.
Lou loves option football. He really does. He gets them spread out all the way across the field. The quarterback will come right down the line of scrimmage. They don't block Perry, number 88. They flip it out there. Everybody's blitzing up inside. The tackle has to be made by someone coming from the secondary. Real good change-up call. He spread them out, think they're going to throw the ball, and then he runs the option. USC in the red zone going up. 70%, 23 touchdowns. Not too bad a percentage touchdowns on this.
Spencer dashes to the 8-yard line.
He is a basher, too. He looks like Mark Edwards' twin brother. I mean, they practice the same, they block the same, they bang. A little war going on here on the right side of your screen by Knight. Oh,
Is that big tight end tied up or no? It's the other
tight end, Coretta, number 40.
That's right.
Knight can fight too.
Second down. The ball is at the 8-yard line. Irish can get a first down inside the 2-yard line in this series. A couple of tight ends. And they will run Spencer to the 3-yard line short of that first down with third down coming up again.
You know what they did that time? They opened the splits up of their right guard that time. That widens the defensive tackle and moves him away, the nose guard away from the defensive tackle. Then they run off that block. He went outside at that time, but it also allows you to get a cutback in there.
Dick, that option came so clean on this current drive. You'd be very tempted to show it again.
He likes the load option down here in the goal line, meaning he fakes the fullback, and the fullback goes around and blocks the man assigned to take the quarterback.
Brings motion over to the right.
Here it is.
And here it is. Collison, the keeper, is not going to get there.
Yeah. It took a little too much time to develop the reverse pivot. I think Ron runs that much better to his right than he does to his left. It's easier for a quarterback. When you're going to your right, you're flipping with your right hand and everything else. But good penetration. Give credit to the Trojans. They got upfield.
Now, this is Knight, and
he ought to just shut up and play. He's a good player. He doesn't need the chip at him.
That's the end of the first quarter. The Trojans threatened twice. They settled for a couple of field goals, and they lead it after the first 15 minutes. It's the rivalry, and USC leads Notre Dame 6-0.
This is Ford Escort. Did you know that it's new? If you knew that it's new, did you know the wagon's new too? The engine is new, the suspension improved. A safety cell protects but stays out of view. It's quieter inside to shush out the out. But for those who simply must twist and shout, there's premium speakers on a new stereo, so you can get every note and get it to go. This Escort is great. This Escort is nice. This Escort has a very sensible price. So why not check out the newest Escort this season? We've given you every rhyme and rhymed every reason.
It's just like MJ said to me last week. Penny Hardaway has unlimited potential. Unlimited.
Yeah, right. MJ said that?
Yes, but you're missing the whole point. It's your team this season, Penny. Your team. It's time for you to take your game to a whole nother level.
When did you talk to Jordan?
At my celebrity golf tournament, the Little Penny Classic. He kills me off the tee, but I get him on the green.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Will she say, I love it? You shouldn't have. It's just what I wanted. Or will she say, nothing at all? The Diamond Solitaire Necklace. This Christmas goes straight for the heart.
One of the world's most enduring symbols, the Goodyear Blimp Eagle, based in nearby Carson, California, been providing these beautiful aerial pictures. 1996 marks the 71st consecutive year that a Goodyear Blimp has flown over a major sporting event. And right now it is hovering above as the offense of Notre Dame comes up with a 4th and 2. Denson is behind Spencer. They can get a first down, but inside the 1-yard line, Denson on second effort bangs across the goal line. And let's see, there's no signal coming up.
Well, if he didn't get the touchdown, he got a first down.
So first down is the mark.
Big Jamie Spencer leads the way. That big fullback at 250 there took on the initial defender, and that allowed him to go ahead and slide in there, but I thought he scored.
How come USC always gets those calls in this route out here in Southern California?
John Robinson has had many things go his way this year.
I mean, don't I remember one in the Rose Bowl against Michigan where John Swank? I don't know, but anyway, it is first and goal here for the Irish.
Yeah, running outside.
And play clock coming down. He had to burn the timeout. So, Dick, that'll give us an opportunity to take a breath. And
we need it. Boy, that was a fast first quarter. It went by quickly. Boy, when you run the ball like that, let's see. Notre Dame scores 0. SC hits. Rush yards. Notre Dame picking it up. USC, I can't believe USC is a -4 yards rusher. Total yards, 130. Total domination by Notre Dame. Time of possession, Notre Dame controlling it right there. Points off a turnover right there. 3 points.
You know, it's interesting. Notre Dame has converted 2 fourth down plays into first downs on this drive against the Trojan defense. And Lou Holtz has not even been thinking field goals. He's been going on fourth down on this drive.
Regardless of what Lou says, I kind of believe if this is your last game maybe in your career at Notre Dame, you throw all different things to the wind and let it all hang out and get after it, you know? Wouldn't you?
Well, if he successfully gets after it, it won't be the last game.
That's right. But that might be,
bucks.
that also could be the reason it wouldn't be his last game.
First and goal for Notre Dame, the Trojan defense. The goal line, look. Russell gets down there at that right defensive tackle. Farmer and Spencer will be the running backs for the Irish. The big fullback rumbles in. 6 for Notre Dame, and an extra point would put him ahead. Jamie Spencer ties it.
Lou Holtz says he holds his breath on every kicking play. He says nothing is automatic. Good job of giving the ball to the big, strong guy.
Jimmy Sampson. Uncle Smith, the holder. And hooking a little bit, but it was good. Spencer's touchdown, Sampson's extra point. Puts Notre Dame ahead for the first time, and we'll be back after these messages from our ABC stations.
ABC Wednesday. Drew's hitting the town with his very best new friend, Mimi.
I don't want to get sappy or anything.
Get out, pig. It's not a date.
Catch Drew at his new time, 9, 8 Central, ABC Wednesday.
Buying a long-lasting automobile is more than making a long-term investment. At your Dodge dealer, it's a long-term relationship. So think hard and long before buying or leasing anywhere but Dodge. It's all here at your friendly Dodge dealer. In Dodge dealerships, the technicians have always had tools. Now, thanks to our Customer One training program, even the receptionists are getting a set. It's all here at your friendly Dodge dealer.
I had a red itch. I had tried Benadryl. I switched to Gold Bond medicated cream.
A clinical study showed that at 10 minutes, Gold Bond relieved the itch more effectively than Benadryl.
Gold Bond medicated cream took the itch right away.
Gold Bond medicated cream. No faster itch relief.
When I've got a cold sore, my pharmacist recommends Herpecin L. Stops painful cracking, helps healing. When I don't, the SPF formula moisturizes and protects my lips. Really creamy.
Herpecin L treats cold sores, protects lips.
Depend on Good Morning Chattanooga, weekdays at 5:30 on News Channel 9.
Defensive line and the inside linebacker down. The blockers took him to the inside. It was a real good motion block and a kick-out block right here, and therefore touchdown. They slanted inside, what you normally do. Now the linebacker's got to get in there and fill it, and he didn't get it done. And Krplevich, good blocking tight end. He is a fine football player. When a guy goes down inside, he can collapse him all the way to the inside, and that opens the hole. And it's a little bit too much of a hole sometimes for a linebacker to fill.
Notre Dame 7, USC 6. Sanson preparing, and there is Soward the whiz, and he's going to change spots with Miller. He shuffles, and now he is over to the near side. Trojans are trying to hide Soward, so they had a late move, and Notre Dame counters by kicking it along the ground to the short man, one of the blockers, one of the tight ends for Southern California, and he gets it up to about the 32 30-yard line, and that will be their field position. And perhaps not bad strategy in this situation.
Not at all. That was Travis Davis carrying the ball rather than Soward, who's averaging, like you said, over 30 yards a return. And I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, Travis Hall was the man who brought the ball back, one of the tight ends in that situation.
He also plays H-back for him sometimes.
He will go to the left side of the formation as the Trojans have him in that H-back look right now. Lone running back, so they'll come to run with Walters getting his first series of the game, and he is out to the 38-yard line. And Woods has checked in. Quincy Wood. This was planned all along, regardless of what was going to happen to Brad Otten tonight. We were going to see the redshirt freshman from Rich East High School back in Illinois. Now, here was one of the most highly touted option quarterbacks in the land. In fact, Notre Dame was in on the recruiting of him, and the young man, Woods, preferred to come out here to the West Coast and take a crack. Now, they've got some bootleg plays in, a couple of options. They want to take a look, try to loosen things up against this Notre Dame defense. So let's see what the young man can do here.
You know, John Robinson said he wasn't concerned about all the complicated phases of the offense for the freshman, but he was really concerned about the simple things, just like taking the snap from center.
And also looking at the 25-second clock.
See, the little things grab up and shake up a freshman quarterback. And, you know, he's only been in, I think, a couple games this year through one pass against Illinois.
Looking at the wristband and Robinson's staff.
And he sighs.
Oh, my, he says.
I knew I'd have a year like this.
They all have it sooner or later if you stay in this business long enough, right? Second down and 9. Play fake, and Woods rolls right and throws low, incomplete, and the pass was intended for 89. Allred, his tight end. Now, here is Otten out there with some words of encouragement for the young man on that far sideline, reminding him of exactly where the clock is located here at the Coliseum. And going in that direction for USC, it has not been that easy to see. It's up the tunnel, up high out there. You know, in many ballparks around the country, if you look right straight ahead. But here you have to look off to the left, and you can see the seconds starting to tick away on the clock, which was, that's the one, of course, at the other end of the stadium, which he is not looking at. He'd have to have hold in the back of his head. This is third down and 9. Solid motion. Being chased, firing, complete. Soward finally got it, but the penalty flag thrown on the illegal motion, and that one is coming back.
A freshman throwing to a freshman. Now, the one freshman threw the ball. He executed properly, but the gifted wide receiver, kick returner, was moving forward at the snap. He should never do that. All he has to do as he moves toward the ball is look at it. You're not blind. He can catch the football with 2 hands, so he knows he can see it.
5 yards. Illegal motion against the offense. The motion man turned upfield prior to the snap. Repeat third down.
John.
That negates an 18-yard gain.
But it doesn't negate the fact that this kid can throw the ball. That ball was humming, wasn't it? Here he comes. If they get him the ball in the open field, he'll put it in the end zone.
Would have counted in the Grey Cup championship.
That's right.
Third down.
Watch out, quarterback draw with that kind of guy.
3 wide outs. Soward slot left side. Now he breaks out, and Woods was looking for him right away. He's covered, goes deep right side and out of bounds.
You know, he almost did it again. If the official wanted to be picky, he could have called him for moving forward again. He started to move forward early. He doesn't have to know the snap count. He's moving toward the ball. He better concentrate. He could have been called again.
So Jimmy Wren, the leading punter in the Pac-10, checks in right now. And Alan Rossum, who has returned 3 punts for touchdowns this year, back deep.
That's a low line driver, not much hang time.
From the 23, here he comes. Rossum as a hold, darts back to the left. Rossum fumble! SC recovers. And there is an Irish player injured on the play. The Trojans recover at the 44-yard line.
As you said, he has returned 3 for touchdowns. This one, the ball's a little bit loose in his arm, a little bit high. The elbow's out away from the body there. When that happens, really a double pop. One side of the ball, the other side of the ball, it's loose. Oh,
now that was Prentice Hill, a sophomore defensive back who recovered it. And meanwhile, injured player for Notre Dame, and it could have been Rossum who took a hit. Let's confirm that. That is who it is, number 15. And not only is that a huge loss for the return team, but that makes them shorthanded in the defensive backfield.
No question. He is their #1 cover guy, and they were going to flop him and have him play soured man-to-man many times during the ball game. Boy, that's a big loss. And see what happens many times if you have a man-to-man coverage scheme in your game plan, Brent, then you have to eliminate that scheme and go ahead and play. Now, Covington will come back in, and Devin Harper, a freshman, will be at the other corner.
So it is
That's a big loss.
Right arm, and you can see just how talented the young man is.
Lou Holt said he did not want to turn the ball over on his side of the field.
They will change back the quarterbacks here. They will go back with the veteran in this field position from the 44th number. It's off to Walters, and Walters barges close to the 40-yard line. About a 4-yard gain here on first down. Now, obviously, I don't think Woods can be too depressed over there on the sideline. The plan was to bring him in for a series, right? And the coaches here with this field position want to go back to more experience and talk to the young man on that far side.
Execute another phase of the running game that maybe Woods is not really, smooth in right now.
You know, that Tennessee score is kind of interesting. I'll get into that in just a moment here. And this is Walters. Great pursuit. Yeah, the Irish are awfully good along that front. They're very talented linebackers and defensive linemen. Yeah. 3 of them will hit you at a time.
Yeah, they can really run.
That is Harper coming up from the defensive back spot. I'm going to say about Tennessee, not overly impressive. And, of course, Notre Dame attempting to become impressive. Appearance is very important now as these teams vie for a couple of spots in the Alliance Bowl lineup.
You can see these people can all run coming down from the backside there. That's Devin Harper. That's a blitz with a guy coming out of the secondary.
Here is a throwing play for the Trojans. 3rd down. Popper fires incomplete. Miller, the intended receiver. In front of him, Harper, the coverage man on that side for the Irish.
That was nice coverage by the young freshman. Some people might recognize Harper's name. His brother plays for the Chargers here in Southern California. But he can close. He did a nice job that time of just moving in there, going after the freshman, but he stepped up.
So the Trojans cannot move the ball with their senior quarterback, and Wren will punt it. No one back deep for the Irish. That's how important Rossum is. There's no one else can return a punt. Obviously, he's going to let this one roll down back there. And they were also making sure it was not a fake. And they cannot down it. Oh, the Irish get the most out of that. And Wren will be shaking his head in disappointment. We'll be right back.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines. Chevy Blazer with the exclusive driver control system. A little security in an insecure world.
seen exercise videos, but never like this. It's the home video exercise program that's totally free. A full hour with new videos. Funniest home videos, ABC Sunday.
The Los Angeles Coliseum, Notre Dame and USC. Would expect we've got some heavy hitting in this classic rivalry. And let's get an update on all the injuries. Let's go down to Jackaroo. Jack.
Brett, first let's update John Allen Ross. And you saw that tremendous hit. It was a helmet to his right upper arm. It's a bruised humerus. Now what the staff has done is they're icing it down. They're going to try and protect it. They don't know whether he will be back or not. Offensive guard Mike Rosenthal is out for the night. He is injured and has a separated shoulder, Brett.
First down.
He's audible against that 8-man front.
Denson pulled left side, and he makes his way to the 29-yard line. That's a 9-yard gain for Autry on first down.
To get out there like that against an 8-man front, your tight end has to do a great job, and I'm sure that he did. Krplevich had to collapse the corner to allow the pulling lineman to get out there and make the play. He's an awfully good blocker. I had a nice visit with him Tuesday, and he'd like to play in the NFL if he can. Chances are that he can.
Second down and 1, Coach. Paulus brings the Irish up. Denson will be the lone running back. Nelson in a wide receiver. 2 tight ends in this formation for the Irish. Here's Denson. Easy first down for Notre Dame. Plus, and he's run out of bounds at the 37-yard line.
Well, Denson has that. That should have been a no-game play because Willie Lowry, number 91, the defense end, forced the play back, make it bend back away from the line of scrimmage, and they didn't get any pursuit there right now. Here we are. Krplevich trying to hold him up there. Lowry knocked him back a little bit. Now he's working inside out. There should be somebody in a maroon gold jersey right there to make the play. But Denson has a real good burst as well. 1,000-yard rusher.
Continuing to rotate, giving him a break. Farmer now in that running back spot. They'll use the fullback. Spencer leads the way. Farmer behind him has the sideline. 45 smashes his way, and he's out of bounds near midfield. Did you see the wallop, the blow he delivered as he was being hit?
Mike Dowdy, the offensive right tackle, jumps out right there. He does a good job, keeps his pads forward, keeps pushing up field. It just stick and stays. Joe Moore, the offensive line coach, does a great job with these kids, Fred, fundamentally. He stays on them, teaches the real good techniques.
Notre Dame leads it by a point, 7-6. Ball near midfield. Here is second quarter for the Los Angeles Coliseum. First down for the Irish. Slot formation to the left. When Lou Holtz comes, he comes to run. This time they're going to throw a quick screen out to the left-hand side, and, number 1, that's why he's one of the best. Dalen McCutcheon just ate the play up over there. Not a chance in the world for Emmett Mosley.
See, I think it was man coverage, and he just saw what was happening right there. His man went into block. He read the block. He just came up and made the play. At the top of your screen, you'll see what I'm talking about. Slot man moves out there like that. Outside man moves into crack. Dalen reads it properly and comes up there just like a linebacker and pops it for a no gain.
Second down and 11. Champion split out to the right of Paulus in this formation for the Irish. Night is coming. Paulus gets time. Incomplete.
The offensive line did a real nice job of pass protecting. They look like a drill team out there when they set in that situation, Brent. They just sort of all together work their feet and their hands properly. Awfully well-coached offensive line by Joe Moore. And he's been doing it for a long time.
When Knight came off that corner, they just kind of passed him along.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what he was not effective.
Yeah, they just all slid the gate out there and closed it on him.
Animated defensive call. Lou Holtz stuck in the sideline. We won't be seeing that very often.
They're in an unbalanced formation now. Down toward the bottom of the screen.
Third down and 11, and Paulus straight back. Has pressure. Steps away from Russell. Comes to the near side. Incomplete. Big D in on Paulus that time. He stepped up and released the ball out of bounds.
When you get in that unbalanced formation, see, your tight end is not eligible, so you only have 2 receivers to throw the ball to. They had more defenders than receivers to throw to. He actually just threw that ball away.
Hunter Smith out to punt for Notre Dame. Tight defensive struggle here in the first half. A couple of field goals for the Trojans. 1 touchdown in the game scored by Notre Dame. Parker and Cook are back deep for the Trojans.
Nice punt. Boy, is he improved.
Parker, I'll let this one go. Irish try to stop him. Didn't go into the end zone. From Blaine, it'll come out on the 20-yard line. So we'll take a break. The Trojans trailing, but only by a point, 7-6.
Last year, more than 6 million people got into a Chevy truck. This year, it'll be even easier. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Go for the gold. The new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush. Presenting a great leap forward in batteries. Introducing Duracell Power Check. The battery with a fuel gauge so you can check its power anytime, anywhere. New Duracell Power Check. No battery is more advanced.
When Ron Hornaday Jr. is in his Napa brake parts truck, he doesn't stay in one place for very long. And neither will this limited edition collector's replica, on sale now at Napa. A die-cast 124 scale model racing truck for only $24.99. And to carry it, there's the toy Napa hauler with roll-up rear door for just $21.99. But hurry, they're going fast at Napa's season savings sale.
Keep America running.
Well, we think from Eli and Brent Musburger, and Dick, the Trojans just can't get that running game going this season.
5 yards rushing right now against 118 for Notre Dame. The defensive front for Notre Dame right now is dominating line of scrimmage, and that should not happen. There's a number of 300-pounders in the SC offensive line. Now, they're young kids, but by the end of the year, they're not young kids any longer.
On the other side, Ron Paulus on the telephone with his assistant coaches. Here's the hole. So finally, they bust one on first down, and it's a 12-yard gain, and that is Delon Washington, the young man who was out several games because of a suspension. John Robinson, Dick, described him to us earlier today as a melancholy type of guy, Washington. He said he really hasn't run with that sparkle that he showed prior to his problem with the NCAA, and obviously John and the Trojan coaches are hoping for an explosion here tonight before this one ends. That was his best run of the game so far. Now on first down, Sermons bounces back to the left, and he goes down at the 37-yard line. And with Koffler in there right now, we want to find out about Brad Otten. Jack, are there plans to bring number 10 back in the game, or is he out for the night?
Well, Brent, you can see that he's favoring that injured sternum by holding his hand the way he is. But I talked to the trainer, and he said, look, what we're going to do is rest him for the rest of this quarter, go back in at halftime, take the flak jacket off, take a good hard look at it, see if we can fix it with tape, etc., and don't count him out. If we need him in the second half, we may use him.
Well, here's the toss. Washington, another good run, Dick. So finally,
see what they did. They made a commitment, Brent. They made a commitment. Finally, they made it. We're going to run the football. We're going to let these big yard butts come off the ball and get after people straight ahead.
Now, there's some others might object.
Well, I mean, that's coaching talk, you know. Yeah, but you know what I mean. They let him get the weight for it and go after people. That time, Ken Bowen, the big offensive tackle, did a good job of turning his defensive end out, and they cut back underneath.
So it's a first down on the gain of 7 yards. The ball out to the 44-yard line. Continuing to use heavy running backs here at USC behind this young offensive line. This is Walters. He'll try to stretch it out, turn up the field, and he's got 6 yards, and that's out to midfield. So this by far the most impressive running series of the night for the Trojans.
It looks like they went over to the bench and they plugged them all in, juiced them up a little bit, come out there and say, hey guys, let's just go fight the war, not get fancy, not have any excuses, just come off the ball. That time it was not come off the ball blocking, it was pull blocking. See, big Breimer, number 67, pow, he gets a good knock. Look at that. That's a manhandle block, and he's big enough. He's 6'3", 300 pounds.
You know, we saw a picture of Rossa, who has returned, and with that crew playing playing is down. Walters, short of the first down. He's jammed at about the 48-yard line. And there was Ronaldo Wynn again. He got off to a big start, and he's in on another stop, number 48 there.
You can look for Bob Davie, the defensive coordinator, to change up his defense, too. Now he's liable to jump into an 8-man odd front like that, or what they call the bear front, and come after him with real pressure, especially on this 3rd and 2.
The 3rd down for the Trojans, trailing it by a point. Ball at the Notre Dame 48-yard line. Fumble. Walters on one hop is going down, and this will force USC to punt.
See, they stopped themselves. They stopped themselves. Now, maybe the defense would have stopped it, but just execution within the backfield stopped that one. It's a deep pitch. That's just a fundamental pitch. Hits him right in the bad place, the hands. Coach, sometimes that's... Go ahead.
What do you think about USC using so many running backs? Instead, I remember the old days in here. You'd come to the tailback and you'd say, you're carrying a 35 times.
You're setting me up because you know what my response is going to be. You're setting me up.
I wouldn't do that, Coach.
Yes, you would.
Denson is back. He got it inside the 5. Gamble, down he goes.
That was not a very smart move by a smart young man.
Well, you see, they lose their #1 punt returner because of that injury. They make a change.
But he's been back there 13 times this year.
And that is Bolshin making the stop for USC. He gave him plenty of room to field that punt. And this is going to be very tough field position. The Irish will be careful.
I would like to know what Lou Holtz is saying right now. We couldn't put it on the air. So you should never back inside the 10-yard line and field the football. That's a cardinal sin. Even at Notre Dame, that's a sin.
Coming out from the shadow of their own goal. 1st down. Big D. Russell, 96, down at that right tackle. Fullback right straight ahead. Russell and friends are there in the middle, and the fullback gets a couple of yards out of that. Make it 2nd down and 8 now coming up for Notre Dame. If the Trojans can pin the Irish back down here and force a punt, if nothing else, they'd get decent field position. Lou Holtz has other plans.
This is when you are glad you are a good running team. When you're down here and your back's to the wall, you can wait for it and come after people.
Denson, the lone running back, as Paulus makes the call.
Defensively, they're not lined up right.
They want to move Knight in. Denson steps over to the left. Kennelly in on that stop, number 92.
The perimeter got all fouled up in alignment for some reason that time. It didn't affect them back inside there, but it could have because they had too many guys out covering 2 guys and not enough guys in to play run defense. You know, Joe Moore, the offensive line coach, told me I was on the field there, and I looked at his offensive line, and I said, geez, what good-looking kids. He says, I don't allow fat guys. He says, I tell them, the only thing good about fat is it can help you float, and that's all.
They'll try not to float another 5 yards here. On 3rd down, they'll try to stay firm and get a hold.
They're taking a long time to get lined up.
3 wide receivers. Paulus is going to attempt to throw for it. Under pressure, throws it high, out of bounds, and the Irish are forced to punt. It is 3 and out, little pushing and shoving over there on the far sideline. We've had a bit of that here in the first half. The old big tight end comes by somebody and you see that little inadvertent shoulder he throws on the way by.
He is a big tight end. He's 6'5", 265. See, he wanted to throw the quick out to the tight end. See, set up right now and throw it, but the coverage took it away, so he had to hold the ball. And when you have to hold the ball that close to the line of scrimmage, you better get rid of it, and that's what he did.
We've seen a number of blocked punts this year. Smith is standing back in the end zone. The Trojans put 10 men up on the front.
They blocked 3 of them this year.
He does get it off. Parker is the return man for the Trojans. Fielded at the 46. Good cutback up to the 40 and down. So the Trojans working again with excellent field position, but they have been unable to score touchdowns. We'll be right back.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
We thought this would be a good time to show you around the roomiest extended cab pickup there is. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
I fell off my bike. I tried to buy a baseball. I tripped over a rock.
It's people who like tomorrow more than yesterday. People who like hard questions better than easy answers. People connecting arts with engineering, physics with philosophy. People who dream in 100 languages. It's in the middle of a city that's the test pattern for the future, at the heart of a new world called the Pacific Rim. It's a place that works like the next century is already here. Good place to be if you're going that way.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And Miller Lite, and you've got the great taste of an ice-cold Miller Lite. Life is good. And these aerial pictures are courtesy of the Goodyear Blunt Eagle, based in Carson, California. Tonight's pilot, Nick Nicolari from Hartford, Connecticut. Nick, nice to have you along with us on a beautiful evening here in Southern California. USC with the ball at the Notre Dame 40-yard line. The Irish lead it, but only by a point. First down, the Trojans get to the 35-yard line.
Mike Berry, the offensive line coach for USC, told me they just added this belly series here just a couple of weeks ago, meaning just give the ball to the fullback on a nice reverse pivot by the quarterback, and the fullback bellies to the line of scrimmage and looks for daylight. He found daylight to his left that time. There's Coach Berry. Awfully fine offensive line coach, especially in pass protection technique.
Woods checks in and replaces Sermons, who carried that ball. And this is Washington barging right straight ahead to the 32, and a penalty flag comes flying.
Gosh, when that Chris Breimer pulls around and up in the hole, he can bury you. He did that time. He had a pancake and a waffle at the same time on that one.
Well, there's the Tuesday lineup on ABC. We'll have Roseanne, Life's Work, Home Improvement, Spin City, and NYPD Blue.
Holding.
That's my favorite
on
show.
The offense, 10 yards and force from the spot of the foul. Repeat the down.
You know, if we said any one of the things on this broadcast tonight that they say NYPD Blue, we get fired. Oh, so they throw some things out at you. that's probably why I enjoy the show.
They can love that coach talk, huh?
Yeah, that's a great show. It really is.
Second down and 16 for the Trojans. Kompler firing. Got him on the near sideline. And Miller finally is out of bounds. He's the receiver. The ball is going to be marked at the 23-yard line.
See, they had the wide receiver in close to the formation. And when you're in close to the formation like that, that gives you a lot of field to work to. And that's exactly what he did. Tight formation, work to the sideline, excellent throw. They blitz. He's a one-on-one situation all the way, and Miller beat him.
For 23 yards, Covington, the cover man. John with a few words for his wide receiver. And Koffler brings him up with Sauer, the freshman, off to his right this time. And Bastianelli off to his left, and the fullback bangs to the 20-yard line.
See, with those fast flow linebackers, the quarterback reverse pivots, fakes the toss, the tailback's going like he's going to get the eye toss, and they slip it to him, and that's why they get those 3 and 4 and 5 yards in there.
So an injured Trojan following the carry by LaVale Woods. Woods and Rodney Sermons alternating at fullback, and one of the Trojan linemen is down with, again, John Robinson jogging back onto the field.
You know, in the visit we had with him, it's remarkable, his attitude. With the pressure that he's been under and all the things said about him, he has maintained great composure. Here we are. That's Maelo, number 75, getting locked up in there. That's the true freshman, Maelo.
Yeah, he's receiving attention. You know, it's interesting you were talking to John, because John has a good sense of humor, and he's a realist, and he admitted that the team had not played up to expectations. He said, we've screwed up, but we're going to survive the criticism, because he thinks that some of it takes on a life of its own. Doesn't think that he has to win tonight. I asked him, John, do you have to win to save your job? And the coach said no. He said, and then he laughed. He said, of course, if we lose this 100-6, they won't fire me, they'll kill me.
You know, I thought John Robinson was immune to the kind of criticism he's got here. I mean, you talk about a Trojan. He was here, you know, as an assistant. He's done a remarkable job. 3 bowl games, a Rose Bowl win. Nobody is immune if he isn't.
That's life in the big arena, Coach.
Yeah, I guess so.
An interesting column on that in the Los Angeles Times today.
I know you enjoyed that.
Yeah, I really did. Second down and 8. Oh, and almost intercepted by number 15, Allen Rossum.
He should have intercepted. He batted it down. That's how I saw it. You know, defenders so many times get used in passing drills to knocking balls down. Right in the middle of your screen, you'll see Rossum. It's a little quick pass. He charges. Here he comes right there. Look at him. He batted the ball down. He could have picked it. I can't believe that. He had palms down and batted it to the ground. He blew it. You know, he's picked off 2 this year, returning for touchdown.
So it'll be 3rd down and 8 for the Trojans. Sermons goes in motion out of the backfield. Koppler fires to the open man at the 10, and that is a first down. A well-designed pattern, and that freed Soward, the freshman, to get open as they slipped Sermons quickly into the pattern and occupied the corner on that side.
Right, see, now there's motion right there. That's Sermon coming out. That stretches the defense. Soward comes in, back inside. You saw the defender move with the receiver moving inside out. That opened the zone back up inside. It was a good throw, good rhythm, and there's Soward to make the play. Good design. That was the fullback in motion coming out there, bro.
And, Coach, it'll be first down at the Irish 11-yard line. Trojans trail it by a point on the drive. Washington, alley left side to the 5-yard line. Second down for SC.
Good blocking that time by the guard, and then good blocking by the fullback. This is an interesting execution play. It's a counter gap play without including the tackle. I'll show you what I'm talking about. The guard will pull and kick out. Instead of the tackle, it'll be the running back that does the other block on the point of attack. The guard will pull. He gets his kick. Here comes Sermon, number 5. He gets his block, and they move the ball.
2 tight ends in this second down for the 5. The toss to Washington. No further than the 3.5-yard line, and met with that great Irish force on that side. You can see when a running back hits one of the Notre Dame linebackers or defensive linemen, they go back the other way.
Boy,
they
do
go
they
down in a hurry, don't they?
Fundamentally, extremely well coached. You know, they bend their knees, they strike with their shoulder pads, they run through the tackles. Plus, they never have to do it by themselves. There's 3 or 4 white jerseys with gold helmets on, making the play at the same time.
Comes the 3rd down for the Trojans. Koppler to throw for it. Intercepted in the end zone by Notre Dame. First down on the 20-yard line. He threw into coverage that time. Dilts, the tight end, was the intended receiver, and Gilbo, the strong safety, made the pick.
That was a biggie. You never want to throw a touchdown in the goal, interception in the goal line area. You're thinking, if I throw it away, otherwise I get the field goal. Holy mackerel. Good defense, though. See, they used a 3-man pattern to the one side of the formation, and they covered it with real good discipline. Good pressure up. He has time to throw it. Take a look at the pattern. To the left-hand side of your screen, here's Gilbo right up inside to take the play away. Awfully good job of playing defense. He read it all the way. Jeff Dilts couldn't make it.
Hollis and the Irish with Denson carrying, marching ahead for 4 yards, and it'll be 2nd and 6.
If you're going to turn it over, you might as well turn it over down there. You got 80 yards to go. But now what's critical is for the SC defense to step up and slow down. Don't allow that big momentum switch right there to affect you mentally.
Time ticking away here in the first half.
103.
At halftime, we'll be hearing from John Saunders on Florida State's big win down in Tallahassee. Bobby Bowden and the Seminoles hang on against Florida to win that battle of 1 versus 2. And here are the Trojans Ned Denson after a gain of about a yard, and that was Cusano, the linebacker, who's been active in there on that stop.
I feel the Trojan defense has stiffened up here in the second quarter. They've been a little more firm at the point of attack, people getting after people.
Well, Dick, so far they have not been terrified by the Notre Dame passing game.
No. Well, not many people are. They don't come here to beat you throwing the ball. They come here to beat you physically. And Lou said, we're making a commitment to run the football tonight. But what is different about that?
Farmer, the tailback. And Polish uses the timeout. So speaking of John Saunders and Tallahassee, let's go down to him now. John, that was a huge game this afternoon.
Brand alongside Todd Blackledge, and coming up on halftime of Valvoline 1996. This was a game number 1 against number 2. It lived up to the hype.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I'll tell you what, this was in-your-face football at the very best. This play right here describes the kind of game that we had today.
It certainly does. These guys went after each other time and time again. When we come back, we'll take a look at the highlights of that game. Todd will break down exactly what happened. We'll also have the scores and highlights from other games played today. But number 1 against number 2, that's why we're still here in Tallahassee right now. Back to Brent and Dick. Quite a game, wasn't it?
Hey, John, that picture gives new meaning to put a hat on a hat, partner. Let me tell you that. Whenever a coach says that from now on, they just get that videotape.
I have never seen that before. Never.
Wonderful picture, isn't it? Well, we'll be hearing from John and Todd down there. 12 seconds to go here. It's 7-6, tight one.
One timeout left.
Leading by a point. Brad Otten started the game. Went down early. Re-injured the ribs. They'll reassess his situation in the second half. Koffler came in, threw a huge interception down in the end zone moments ago.
12 seconds.
Quincy Woods tried it at quarterback for John Robinson. So the Trojans have used 3 quarterbacks here tonight, and they've been unable to generate any touchdowns. They had 2 early field goals, which put Robinson and USC ahead. And Ron Paulus led the Irish on a scoring drive, and Jamie Spencer, the fullback, stepped into the end zone for our lone touchdown. Defensive battle in the Coliseum so far. And this is Farmer to the 41-yard line with the final seconds ticking down to 6, and the timeout will be used. I want to remind you again about Championship Saturday here on ABC coming up. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship from St. Louis. Dick, you and I will be in there, and I think that's going to be a better game than a lot of folks might expect. I think Texas is going to come to play, an improving team, and they will be there against Nebraska for the Big 12 Championship. Then it's out to Las Vegas. BYU trying to impress the Alliance Bowl, saying, hey, don't forget about us. We're moving up in the rankings. But they got a deal with a very high-scoring Wyoming team in Las Vegas. And then at night, the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper. Will the Florida Gators be hanging their heads, or will they come back strong against Alabama? My guess is they'll come back strong. Those youngsters usually do. Dick, you were thinking about something as we look at the lovely Olympic torch here at the Coliseum in Los Angeles about next Saturday's Nebraska-Texas game.
Well, I'll tell you, John McAvett is an awfully good football coach. And sometimes I think he can take a football team that's not quite as physical as an opponent's football team and finesse you a little bit and put points on the board. And he does an awfully good job adjusting during the ball game. His passing attack will give him some problems, but that Nebraska defense is the best in the country. It is absolutely unbelievable.
Well, that Seminole bunch not too bad either, Coach.
Yeah, they're not bad either. That's
kind of like that defensive one. I wouldn't want Bullware and Wilson coming after my quarterback. I got to tell you that. It's a 1st and 10. Paulus brings Farmer off the wing, and he steps out of bounds at the 47-yard line, close to midfield. 2 seconds. Last play is coming up, and certainly we can remind you about our Chevrolet players of the game. We'll select a player from each side. Today, Chevrolet has awarded $6 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities.
Lou electing to run the clock out with the running game. If the reverse were true, if John Robinson were doing that right now, they would boo his fanny so loud we couldn't, we couldn't even talk above the noise. You know, that's how it is out here when you do situations. Because I've been down on that field and done it, and I've heard the boos.
Last snap, the first half.
Bootleg pass.
Yes, sir. Paulus got an open man. Fullback Spencer incomplete, and that'll do it. 1 touchdown here in the first half, and it was put on the board by the Irish. Notre Dame leads USC 7-6. We'll be back for the second half right now. Let's send you down to John Saunders and Todd Blackledge. John, take it away.
Brent, thanks a lot. A tight one where you are. It was a tight one here today. A terrific game. When we come back, we will break down number 1 against number 2, plus highlights and scores from other games. Stick around. It's all coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96.
Company wishes you and yours a very happy holiday season. The sticks have a personality all their own, and Chili's fire-roasted skewers set the tone. Watch them sizzle from fire and flame. Now beef and chicken ain't the same. Zucchini and squash hooked between peppers and corn. With chili pepper, honey, and lime seasonings, they're adorned. Then lusciously lanced, they're laid upon the flame to feel the fires dance. Fire-roasted skewers, oh, you haven't had them yet? Well, Chili's grills like no place else. On that, you can safely bet. The Chevy S10 Sports Side. Coolest thing to come on the back of a truck since the Nutty Buddy. Chevy S10 Sports Side, like a rock.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions.
Scott Hamilton goes after the gold medal right here.
Indeed, the 5'2.5" Hamilton turned in a remarkably smooth performance in Sarajevo to capture the gold medal. In continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
I'll buy 10 of these. You're Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders? It's him. You're the greatest, man. Mind if I get a picture? Thanks, bro. You mind if I write a check? Sure, Deion. I'm just going to need to see some ID. Say what? Yes, like driver's license, a library card.
Checks. What a pain.
Fishing license? Employee ID.
But now there's a better way. The Visa Check Card. It's an ATM card with a Visa logo that deducts from your checking account automatically everywhere Visa's accepted.
I'm going to have to call to see if you can cover this.
The Visa Check Card works just like a check, only better.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. From Tallahassee, John Saunders and Todd Blackledge.
Well, welcome to what's left of Doak Campbell Stadium. That's Chief Osceola, who right now is Chief Nociola because he's been removed from the field. That's what's left of one of the goalposts. Both of them are gone. They simply tore this up after #2 Florida State beat #1 Florida. Welcome, John Saunders alongside Todd Blackledge. We'll get to the scores and highlights of that game, but your impressions of the first half of Notre Dame USC.
Well, you know, Notre Dame has pretty much had their way the last couple of weeks against Pitt and Temple, but this is a different kind of game for them. USC got a lot of big bodies, good skill people, and credit USC right now. They're playing physical football with Notre Dame. That's what you have to do if you want to beat the Irish.
All right, we cannot keep you in the chair. You want to get out and tell us exactly what happened, so get up and go out on the field while we look at the highlights of this tremendous game. Danny Werfel, well, he, of course, is the Heisman hopeful, and Danny Werfel picked off by Shevin Smith in the end zone. The game remains scoreless. Warwick Dunn, well, he had his day. Running 25 yards in this one, it would lead to a field goal, making it a 3-0 game. And then punter Robbie Stevenson winds up getting blocked by Peter Boulware, recovered by Shevin Smith. And it leads to more scoring, and head coach Bobby Bowden looking on as his team was having its way in the first quarter. Hubert Williams runs one in, and it's a 10-zip game. Nothing going right for the Gators. Danny Werfel is sacked by Greg Spires in a 10-zip game. Then Thad Busby, 37 yards to Peter Warwick. It sets up a Busby to Melvin Pearsall touchdown as Florida State just builds their lead to 17-0 for Steve Spurrier. He would get the win back, and then he would get his team scoring. 51 yards to Riddell Anthony. This one gets it down to about the 1-yard line. And from there, Werfel goes 1 yard to Jacques Green, who hauls it in 17-7. They were not done in the first half. Danny Werfel again, 9 yards to Jacques Green. And it was a 17-14 game, all the scoring going with the win. Warwick Dunn then, 18 yards, gets it down to the 1 yard line. Warwick Dunn with a career day, 17-14 still at that point. Watch the extra effort. Pooh Bear Williams is stopped once, twice. He falls into the end zone, 24-14. Steve Spurrier's squad would add a late touchdown, but too little too late. Bobby Bowden walks off a winner once again against Steve Spurrier. 24-21 is the final. Now in the game, Warwick Dunn with 185 yards. That's a career high. For Danny Werfel, 23 of 48, 362 yards, 3 touchdowns, but the 3 interceptions are key. Thad Busby didn't have the attempts, didn't have the yardage, but he did not get picked off once in this game. Now, as we mentioned, Todd is now going to break down the game. We throw out to him on the 26-yard line. Todd.
Before this field got torn up, there was a great football game played here today, and I think the key sequence occurred in the beginning of the fourth quarter. Now, the third quarter was a defensive slugfest. Both teams really dug in, but the situation at the beginning of the fourth quarter, Florida was moving the football, trailing 17-14, and Danny Werfel had a 1st and 10 on the 26-yard line, and he threw what appeared to be the go-ahead touchdown to Riedel Anthony. But the play was called back because of a holding penalty, and 4 plays later, kicker Bart Edmondson would come in and miss a 41-yard field goal. Florida State takes over after the missed kick. Now, the Seminole offense only managed 33 yards in the third quarter going with the win. Now they're going against the win, and they faced a critical 3rd and 6 situation from the 29-yard line, and Thad Busby gets good protection and hits Peter Warwick on a crossing route for a huge 29-yard gain. Later in the drive, Florida State would face a 2nd and 10 situation from the 42-yard line of Florida, and they did a great job of isolating Warwick Dunn out of the backfield against a linebacker. Thad Busby hit him for a gain of 15 down to the Florida 27-yard line. This was probably the pivotal play in the entire series. It's 3rd and 2 from the 19-yard line. A field goal from this spot into the wind is no guarantee. They give the ball to Warwick Dunn, who was the best player on the field today, and he takes it off the left side for 18 yards and a 1st down. The Seminoles converted 2 third-down conversions in this drive and only 4 of 16 the entire day. On 3rd and goal from the 1-yard line, Pooh Bear Williams, who was stuffed twice previously from the same spot, used great second effort to take it into the end zone for a touchdown that would give Florida State a 24-14 lead with 7 minutes and 21 seconds left in the ballgame. And even though the Gators would score 1 late to bring it to a 3-point deficit, it was this drive, an 11-play, 75-yard drive into the win, that not only sealed the victory for Florida State, but also secured them a place in the Sugar Bowl.
All right, Todd, work your way back to me, and we showed you how the field was messed up. Here's how it got that way. Bobby Bowden being escorted off, throws his hat up there. The celebration was on, and then the fans stormed the field. They tore up sod, and they tore down the goalpost, but for Danny Werfel, he was still proud of his team.
Well, just very proud that we didn't give up. We kept fighting, kept to the very end, never gave up, and you got to be proud of that. We just didn't make the most of a lot of opportunities that we had, didn't get the big plays when we needed them. And, you know, but it's a sign of a great team and a great character and individuals if you can bounce back when bad things happen. And we'll come back next week and got a championship to play for.
Warwick Dunn, I don't know if he's ever had a ball game. You know, I was really hoping this year, I mean, I could see at the first season he was not going to have stats enough to get in to win a Heisman, you know, stats. I was hoping that they would keep him on the list because I felt like playing Werfel, there was going to be a showdown between Dunn and Werfel.
I mean, I guess I'm on Florida State's Heisman list, and that's probably the most important thing, that the fans, the coaches, the other players realize that I'm a key ingredient to this team.
And Danny Werfel saying goodbye to his parents before he headed back to Gainesville. And Danny Werfel, as he mentioned before, he's got a game ahead, the SEC championship game against Alabama, so they can't think about this loss for much longer. As for the fans of the Seminoles, well, they are still partying, and no doubt they will party into the wee hours of the night after their victory over #1. Stick around. Back with more scores and highlights from other games after this.
What do you get when you cross a high-quality conventional motor oil with an advanced formula synthetic? A revolutionary oil that protects better than regular oils, yet costs less than full synthetics. DuraBlend from Valvoline. Valvoline's the #1 choice of top mechanics.
If you can grow it,
we can shave it. Take the Remington Challenge, the Remington Triple Foil. The only shaver with 3 flexing microscreeds to cross-cut each whisker 3 times. Come on, take the Remington Challenge and find out what smooth, close, and comfortable are all about. The Remington Triple Foil. If you can grow it, we can shave it.
And for women, a silky smooth shave in or out of the shower, the Remington Wet Dry.
In extreme temperatures, yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer enough corrosion protection. Because today's multi-metallic engines are more susceptible to damage than ever, they need Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
The Internet. Billions of miles of cable connecting millions of people, including some of the best and brightest minds in the country, the students and alumni of the Pac-10 universities. To advertise your full-time, part-time, or internship opportunity, contact your Pac-10 Career Center or call JobTrack online. 1-800-999-TRACK.
Welcome back to Valvoline Halftime 96. John Saunders alongside Todd Blackledge. Number 1 against number 2, Florida against Florida State. Might have seemed like it was the only game being played today, but indeed there are other games being played, some of them with great importance. So let's get to the scores and the highlights, beginning with Tennessee against Vanderbilt. Archie Manning in the stands, and he looked miserable. His son looks a lot happier on the sidelines. Marcus Williams fumbles this ball. Tyrone Hines goes 64 yards from the return. Tennessee up 14-0 at that point. Peyton Manning with just an average type day, 17 of 35 for 163 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 interception. Jay Graham, though, with another terrific day.
Yeah, you got to be able to run in weather conditions like that. 22 carries, 99 yards. Vanderbilt played great defense all year, but they just couldn't score any points.
Syracuse against Miami. If Syracuse could win this game against Bush Davis' squad, they knew they would be in the alliance. Donovan McNabb, though, gets picked off by Dwayne Starks. 35 yards. He returns this one for a touchdown. McNabb struggled early.
Yeah, McNabb going against a tough Miami defense. He's pretty much been on a roll the last couple of weeks, but Miami was able to get after him a little bit today.
Here he goes to Dion Maddox, stripped by Tony Coley, and the fumbles recovered by Dwayne Starks. And Paul Pasqualoni looking on. He can do nothing as he watches his team fall to Miami, and as a result, it's going to cost them a spot in the Alliance Bowl. Miami holds on to win it 38-31.
Well, really, now we've got a 3-way tie in the Big East Conference. Last year, they didn't have a tiebreaker format. This year, they have it in. Now, you can see Virginia Tech, Miami, and Syracuse all tied in conference, but Virginia Tech will be the highest-ranked team out of those 3, and that is the team that will go.
Georgia against Georgia Tech. Call this a bowl game for the state of Georgia. Georgia wins it 19-10. Mike Vogel had a touchdown pass there. East Carolina and NC State 50-29. How about the day for Scott Harlan?
Yeah, school record 351 yards. You see 42 carries and 3 scores. Great way to finish out the season.
A few more scores. Mississippi State over Ole Miss 17-0. Eric Brown with a 13-yard interception return for a touchdown. Johnny Majors in his final game as head coach at Pitt. No reason to have sweaty palms as they blow at Rutgers 24-9. And Southern over Eddie Robinson and Grambling State 17-12 was the final there. Grambling 3-8, their worst record since 1951. Stick around. We'll continue with more of Valvoline Halftime 96 after this. Notre Dame with a 7-6 lead over USC.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Sad, isn't it? Finding out you paid too much for your stereo. Circuit City. You can't find a lower price. We guarantee it.
A new set of academic standards for freshmen is now in effect.
To practice, play, and receive an athletic scholarship, freshmen will need a minimum grade point average in at least 13 core courses in high school and a corresponding minimum score on the ACT or SAT. Ask your coach or guidance counselor about the new sliding scale and requirements.
Prepare yourself now. Want to play? Know the rules.
This message provided by the NCAA.
Valvoline Halftime 96, brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
Welcome back. Your second half is straight ahead, but first a reminder, tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern Time, the second day of Skins coverage. Let's join Vin Scully.
Earlier today, the front nine of the Skins game at Rancho La Quinta saw the oldest player, 47-year-old Tom Watson, break early with a skin on the first hole worth $20,000. The 20-year-old wunderkind, Tiger Woods, picked up 2 skins and $40,000 on the 5th hole, and Freddie Couples picked up $40,000 on the 3rd. Daly is shut out, and so tomorrow...
Irish, they used the fullback off the right tackle, and after the extra point, they had overcome a 2-field-goal lead by the Trojans. But the biggest play of the game, Dick, probably came at the other end with the Trojans driving for an apparent touchdown.
Well, the inexperienced quarterback in there didn't start the football game. Now tries to force one in down there where he would have been much better off just thrown out of the back of the end zone.
Now watch another angle. Check for number 5, Sermon's the fullback. He slips out, he is open, but the quarterback is screened. Number 13 size, they don't see the open receiver there, and it falls incomplete. So, Dick, this is unbelievable. The Trojans have had 32 plays, 24 of those snaps in Notre Dame territory. Now, what would you do? What would Dick Vermeil do to overcome that and get the Trojans on the scoreboard with touchdowns?
Well, Brent, I would make a commitment to one running back and say, go win the football game for me. Because we're not going to do it, let him 3 or 4 different guys. That's how I think.
So USC will kick it off here to start the second half, trailing the Irish by a point. Rossum back in the game, fields it at the 2-yard line. Tripped up and down at the 29-yard line. Jackaroo, what did John Robinson have to say, and what's going to happen with that quarterback position?
Well, Brent, John Robinson's very happy with the performance of his team, but he reminded me, he says, look, if we play good 30 minutes, and the way we play for 30 minutes, we should be national champions. He is worried about the second half and maintaining that enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the case of Brad Otten, the doctors have said he's still kind of iffy. I asked John Robinson about it. He said he's not going to play. But when you watch Brad, he was out trying to throw the pass. In fact, he came out in the tunnel during halftime without his pads and showed that he had the movement. So maybe the coach doesn't want him to play.
One of the few quarterbacks we've ever seen put his helmet on if he's not going to play. All right, 1st and 10 for Paulus and the Irish. This a big money game for Notre Dame. Denson with 88 yards in the first half, and he gains 2. And speaking of the numbers, let's take a look at how they shape up after the first half. Coach?
Well, in contrast to the first quarter, USC picked up a little bit in the rushing game. Remember, they only had 5. Here they have 48. Passing yards, neither team really throwing the ball very well. Total yards almost balanced. Plays equal. As you said, though, 32 offensive plays for USC, 24 of them on Notre Dame territory. They got to get something now out of that.
Spencer is the fullback for the Irish. 2 wideouts in this set. The toss to Denson behind Spencer, and the Trojans are ready over here on the left side of the defense. And that was Sammy Knight is there with Willie Lowry.
Willie Lowry did a beautiful job of getting pressured, knocking the blocker back into the offensive backfield, and then allowing Sammy Knight to come up and make the play. Awfully good play that time by Willie Lowry.
The Irish have not thrown the ball well.
Are you surprised? They have the ability to throw the ball better than they're throwing it right now.
3rd down at 9. They want to slide off to the left. This is a passing formation for the Irish. 4 down linemen for USC. Paulus looks to the left side and fires, and finally the tight end was the intended receiver, but it falls incomplete.
Just a little bit low, and he hasn't thrown the ball many times in the first half, see? And he comes out here, and I don't think he's going to be real sharp when you don't throw the ball very often. Just throw in the critical situation, try to get the completed pass. Should have caught that football. But Previch should have caught the ball like that. You got to take your pads down to the ball, get way down there, even if you're 6'5".
Both punters punted the ball superbly, averaging better than 47 yards in the first half of this game. gets this one off. Parker is the return man for the Trojans. They drive him back to the 16-yard line, sprints to the right sideline, tries to get the corner, and he's down at the 32-yard line. So that will be SC's first starting position. And here he comes, Brad Otten, number 10. Roar from the crowd. He's going to try it again.
They better pass protect him. See, they have a different left tackle in there right now, too. They have Rome Douglas, who has been the starter back at left tackle.
Look at what the defense has done.
They've knocked the heck out of their hits, knockdowns, pressures too many times. They better play better here.
Washington gets the call at tailback, and he steps to the 35-yard line. That's the 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 7. Bert Berry with the stop.
You know, one time I was talking to John Wooden about playing more than one running back and trying to keep, I got 3 good players at the same position, try to keep them all happy. You know what he said to me? Only keep one happy. Just find out who is the best and let him play. Otherwise, none of them will be happy. You know, I lived by that principle for long years, or many years.
Brad Otten with black jacket on underneath his SC jersey. Coach bringing the Trojans up. 2nd down on 7. Run the toss play. Washington's cut off. And he lost a yard on the play. Good defensive penetration that time by Notre Dame. Berry was there with Melvin Dansby, number 51.
Melvin Dansby is not a dominating player. He's a consistent player, but you can see the defense has been playing real well. A number of 3 plays and out. The one nice drive, they go down there and turn it over where they should have come out with at least 3 points. Give the credit to Bob Davie and his defensive football team. They're very solid.
They have done an excellent job in this game. No question about it. Turnover down in the end zone. They cleaned up the line. They come on a blitz against Otten. He fires to Washington. Washington slipping, and he is down at the 37-yard line. But the blitz pressure. Cobbins was coming, and Maiden makes the stop on the receiver, and the Trojans are forced to punt.
Boy, that's a hard blitz to pick up, too, when they cross the 2 inside linebackers like that. Now, granted, on screen passes, you allow more penetration to get them up, but you don't want to just turn them loose. Looks like they're lined up to pressure.
One of the great punters, and they'll set the return. Denson makes the fair catch at the 16-yard line. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll see what Notre Dame can do with the ball, leading by a point, 7-6.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it? Good morning. This is your wake-up call. And this is the new Norelco Reflex Action Razor. Anything closer could be too close for comfort. A blade can leave you feeling irritated. What would possess it to do that? Introducing the Norelco Reflex Action Razor. A great shave with less irritation than blades.
If the most consistent thing about your oven is its inconsistency, then it's definitely time for the remarkable new Whirlpool range. The one with the AccuBake system, so food always cooks evenly. Lots of food, too, because only Whirlpool has a range with an oven this big. At Whirlpool, we make cooking easier and more pleasantly consistent. Whirlpool, making your world a little easier.
Vanessa Williams celebrates Christmas with Luther Vandross, Phil Collins, Shania Twain, Rosie O'Donnell, and Babyface. Vanessa Williams and Friends, Christmas in New York, ABC Sunday.
Well, not to harp on it, but Notre Dame has struggled with its passing game. Only 2 of 9 for 17 yards. Denson has rushed for 88 yards. Hollis brings him up. The touchdown maker so far has been Spencer, the fullback. Number 33, he is directly behind Hollis. Slot formation over to the right. The tight end, is on the left side, the strong side of the formation, and they'll run Denson, and he'll go down in the heat, and that was number 91, Lowry, stop. So Lou Holtz coaching his last regular season game. And he told us last night that the Irish must win this game to get to a bowl game. And Holtz also told us that he will stay as head coach. He will not turn Notre Dame over to Bob Davie for the bowl game. As you know, some coaches step away so they can put their staffs together and make their decisions and go off recruiting. But Holtz said that's not going to happen. He's got no place to go. He said, I got no job. What am I going to do? So now Powlus, the Irish, second down and 11. And Spencer marches to the 19-yard line. Lowry again very active defensively.
Oh, I know it. He's been playing well the entire ball game. Initially, though, in the first quarter, he got whipped a couple times, but he has come on strong, getting into the rhythm of the ball game. 6'5", 255. He's a senior, Moreno Valley, Valley View High School, playing well. And he's playing on a real good tight end a lot of the times for Kreplovich.
Well, Kreplovich coaches over on his side right now, but it's 3rd and 8. Let's see if Kreplovich could battle his way out as a pass receiver. You start motion, that's Mosley for Notre Dame, coming down toward the quarterback. He takes a deep drop, waits on the cross, and he has got his leading receiver, and that is the first reception of the game for Malcolm Johnson, the junior from Washington, D.C.
They run the crossing pattern right here. He came in motion, and they're going to come across with both receivers. It takes a little time, but he got good protection. This is from the blimp. Boy, that's a great view. Oh, I'm excited about that.
Coach, I got to tell you something. Only a coach would love that. Okay. That's all 90,000.
Yeah.
He can move. He's been waiting 7 years with me to see all 90,000. It's wonderful what you can do with that.
And I want to use a telestrator. Let me play with the toys I have up here.
You love it, you great.
ABC spends a lot of money on this equipment.
First down on that catch. We got the blimp's eye view from up above. John Robinson and the Trojans attempting to come back here, trailing by a point. They led it 6-0 in case you just joined us. 2 early field goals. And the Trojans threatened, but they had a pass intercepted in the end zone by Gilbo of the Irish, working on that corner. 1st and 10 now for Powlus and Notre Dame. Malcolm Johnson goes out to the left, and Mosley's the slot man. So blitz coming. They blitz the run. Denson gets away from Knight and keeps going. He slipped out of his hands to the 33. Do you think the blimp could tighten up and ever look at this?
Hey, this is a great shot. Now we have some man blocking coming off here. We had a blitz coming from the top of your screen. You'll see Sammy Knight, number 9, come in there, but he runs right through it. That's a great shot. I'm pumped.
I can tell.
Thank you, Goodyear.
2nd down. Now for Powlus and Notre Dame. Knight has moved over to the left side, and he is showing coming, but he waited for the fullback on that side, in on the stop. But even then, Spencer moved that pile. I mean, he was powering.
He didn't move it. I'll tell you who moved it was Chris Clevenger and Jeremy Akers over the left guard, left tackle. They knocked some people off the ball. You have to keep your pads down against these guys. Joe Moore teaches. You watch these people right here coming off the ball. Joe Moore teaches the linemen to stay a little bit lower than we see people nowadays. A lot of people like to stand up and ooze block. Not old Coach Moore. He keeps those pads down and comes off low and bends those knees. Good movement.
1st down and 10 for the Irish. They have come out to their 38-yard line. Slot to the right is Mosley. The hand is to Spencer. Spencer twists Powers, turns to the 42-yard line. That's a strong 4-yard gain.
Lou Holtz is working over those inside tackle positions right now. That time he changed up instead of man blocking, and he tried to trap block him. He's hitting him from all angles.
He said to us also, he said, will you want to go in the media, Lou, when you get done with Notre Dame? He said, you kidding? I got a perfect face for radio and a perfect list for television.
He's a wonderful man.
He is. What a sense of humor. 2nd down. Powlus keeps it. And nothing doing on that play. So it'll be lots third down and 4, Coach.
That was an option play. Coach Holtz told me the other day a story about Paulus yelling over, option, Coach. So he said, yeah, run 18. Paulus shook his head. No. He said, run 19 option. He said, no. He goes back in the huddle, he calls an X option for a touchdown. He wanted to throw the option pass.
That was Cusano again, making the stop. He's been an active linebacker for the Trojans. So here comes the third down play with that slot off to the left. Denson is over here on a wing looking in at Paulus on the right side. This time he goes out into the pattern. And they drop to the middle. Spencer's first down, Notre Dame.
A little check down, expecting zone. Very, very good change-up call. You know, high percentage throw. You allow the rush to get there. You notice how deeply he dropped. Blue likes that one. You'll see this. Now he's going to drop deep to get the rushers upfield and then check the running back down. He's going to let the rush get there. Spencer sits. 1,001, 1,002, 1,003. Check down. There he goes. Well done. See the zones backed off there.
Papadakis replaces Cusano here on 1st and 10 for Southern Cal as one of their linebackers. Spencer. And he burrows straight ahead for about 3 yards.
You know, this kind of line blocking, when they come off like that low and hard and work their feet, and they all weigh about 300, that wears down the defensive line because it takes a lot of energy each snap from a defensive standpoint to absorb that. That could wear you out in the fourth quarter.
It'll be 2nd and 7 for the Irish. Notre Dame leads it by a point. They have moved into Southern Cal territory now at the 47-yard line. Levitch is to the right side of the formation. Still a slot to the left. Denson, and he is tripped up. Makes his way short of the 45-yard line. So, Jack Arute, Denson has been a pretty good running back at South Bend.
Yeah, but Brent, he was recruited, and he came in, and they said, no, you're not going to play running back. You're going to play a safety. And he went to Lou Holtz, and he says, Coach, I really want to play running back. I thought about it. I prayed about it. And you know what, Coach? I'm a Warwick Dunn, and you really can use a Warwick Dunn. Why? Because Warwick...
Well, we'll get back to you on the rest of that story. He got kidnapped. 3rd and 5. I was all engrossed. Hollis fires and hold on the whistle. Would not have been an interception. This crowd would have exploded.
Hello.
Hello.
I think I'm still frozen from yesterday, Brent. So he went to Coach, and he says, I'm a Warwick Dunn, and you need a Warwick Dunn. And why? Well, because Warwick Dunn is Audrey Denson's hero. Kind of not really the way I wanted that story to end.
Thaw out, Jack. Thaw out.
Well, we got a timeout. We'll take a break. Speaking of Warwick Dunn, what a marvelous game he played in Tallahassee today for Bobby Bowden. Timeout.
Chances are, you're going to put more money into their teeth than your Chevy Lumina. Because today's Lumina is so low maintenance, it can actually go 100,000 miles before its first scheduled tune-up. And for you, that's one less thing to worry about. The cars more Americans trust.
Precious Hotline, what's your problem?
We're stuck with skunky beer.
So it's not Budweiser?
No.
Remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
Next time, look for this.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Precious Hotline.
Could we order some Chinese?
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust, and Norelco Reflex Action Razor. Anything closer could be too close for comfort. High above the Los Angeles Coliseum on this gorgeous evening, the Goodyear Blimp Eagle has been providing these aerial pictures. Goodyear blimps travel over 100,000 miles every year, covering major sporting events. Nice to have you along with us here tonight. Third down, tough defensive game unfolding here between these two old rivals. Irish need 5 yards, must get to the 40-yard line, and that won't do it. So it's boot punt time. Coming up for Notre Dame. They will try to bury USC back there. The Trojans have been struggling at the quarterback position tonight.
Obviously, Lou doesn't want to turn the ball over, take any chances by running that kind of a trap play. I watched Lou Holtz practice and run his practice on Tuesday in the practice field, and he yells and screams and chews. He coaches every second he's on the field. He really gets after it. He hasn't backed off at all just because he's resigned.
Hunter Smith will be punting it to Parker and Cook, who are back deep for the Trojans. Parker, fair catch. 13-yard line, and that's where the Trojans will put it in play. When we come back, Notre Dame leads by a point, 7-6 in Los Angeles.
I heard about this car that's supposed to be safe for you and your kids, but it's so expensive you probably couldn't afford to have kids and that car at the same time. How about a Chevrolet Cavalier? It comes with a safety cage, dual airbags, even standard anti-lock brakes. So for around $12,000, you really can get everything you want in a safe car, including kids. Who decided that only people who can afford expensive cars should be safe? Get the car that's easy to own, a Cavalier. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust.
I really do have dandruff, so I did it. I took the Dinerex test. Dinerex tingled. Head and shoulders, nothing.
All these have effective dandruff medicine, but Dinerex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
You won't see me scratching my head in Miami.
Dinerex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
It's back. The Goodyear Buy 3, Get 1 free sale. Right now, buy 3 selected Goodyear tires at regular price. And the 4th tire is free. So call 1-800-GOODYEAR today and get on the line with your local retailer.
Taxi! On December 13th,
Is it my imagination, or didn't we arrive in a limo?
Tom Cruise is sports agent Jerry Maguire.
What can I do for you, Rod? What can I do for you? Show me the money. Say it with me one time, Jerry. Show me the money. You can do better than that, Jerry. I want you to say it with me then, brother. Show me the money! Louder! Show me the money! Congratulations, you're still my agent.
Jerry Maguire, rated R, opens December 13th.
Notre Dame hoping to pick up an invitation for $8 million to an Alliance Bowl, not far from here in the desert. The Skins game, they're playing for some big bucks in that one. I don't know if you saw this earlier today. Freddie Couples at the par 3, third hole. Give me the cash. Then it was the veteran, Tom Watson at the 8th. Oh. The old line, and the final 9 holes tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern. Here, Otten still in at quarterback. Play action, fake, going down the middle, got an open man, drop. Oh! Soward was right there, and it would have been 6 for the Trojans.
Devron Harper was right there as well, the young freshman, a freshman covering a freshman. From our side, looking at it, it looked like it was a caught football. It looked like a reception. A one-on-one situation. Here they go. He gives him a little, should have given him a little more of a stick right there to the outside. Harper covering him all the way, goes up for the ball, should have made the catch. He dropped it. He just dropped it.
Second down and 10. Otten throwing very well deep that time on first down. Irie back a linebacker out after walking up into the gap, but it did cause Otten to change the play call. Looking left, going to go down. Ronaldo Wynn, who is sacking at the 2-yard line. Boy, what a good football player.
He got his degree last May in sociology. Now he's getting a degree in pass rush. Coming low, number 48. He gets inside. He uses his hands real well and throws the pass protector. That was big number Rome Douglas. And Rome Douglas is 6'7", 300, and he just threw him with his hands. Awfully strong, good weight program there, run by Kurt Wolford.
Bob Davey has to be pleased with Ronaldo's play defensively. Davey, of course, next year will replace Lou Holtz as head coach at Notre Dame. Third down and 18 after the 8-yard loss on the sack. And the Trojans will take a timeout.
Boy, when you can rush the passer, with people like that, you can shut somebody down.
Otten will go over to the sideline and talk it over with the coaches. We'll be right back. So instead, let's just hold it right here during this timeout, Dick, on 3rd and 18, and it'll allow us to discuss Otten and the ribs and how he is restricted as a result of that injury, what they can or cannot do, what Davey might try to do defensively against the injured quarterback.
Well, first off, I think Otten has confidence that he can throw the ball because the last time he was sacked, it was an audible. He saw the man coverage. He wanted to take advantage of it. They just didn't get pass protected properly. Now, I think Davey ought to think aggressively. He says, let's go knock his fanny out of the ball game right now. Let's bring some inside linebackers, do some cross-charging stunning with our defensive linemen, and get pressure on him and knock him down, sack him. Hey, pressure him. Don't even sack him. Force him to throw the interception.
Otten bends back down in that huddle. And it is 3rd and 18.
He has to realize where he is right now. He didn't want to get sacked in that end zone.
Woods is the tailback. Otten from his own end zone, and there's a penalty flag. Soward was juggling the ball over there on that side, and the defender was Harper, who had coverage, but there was a penalty flag thrown as Soward started his pattern.
Illegal formation on the offense, 6-man line.
Boy, they're their own worst enemy. Jackaroo.
Well, Brent, we've talked about the flak jacket that Brad Otten there is wearing beneath his jersey. Let's see if we can take a look at it. It's kind of a unique device. What it does is protect you all the way around, but it didn't protect him sufficiently. So at halftime, underneath the flak jacket, they wrapped very tightly Otten's upper body. Now, I'm a little bit surprised, Coach, that it hasn't affected his throwing motion at all.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, that touchdown pass he threw that was dropped, it wasn't a touchdown, but it was right on the money.
The Irish set the return.
That's a
They're going to be satisfied with the field position. Denson crosses midfield, 45, 40, looking for an alley, and penalty flags come flying from out of the stadium all over the place.
Looked like graffiti. It looked like graffiti down here with all those flags. My God. He had those low line drive punts. You need a hang time of about 4 or 5 to allow your coverage people to get under there consistently. You'd like it more, and that punter, Wren, is capable of getting a 5-0 hang time, 5 seconds in the air. He didn't do it that time.
Illegal block in the back is what all 4 of the flags are for against the return team. 10 yards and 4th. The spot of the foul. First down.
I've never heard a referee say that before.
Well, that is Notre Dame's first penalty.
You don't think they're not disciplined? You ought to go on the practice field. They don't make a mistake on the practice field either without getting belted around. Or, I mean, yelled at anyway.
Excuse me, please correct that.
Not belted, but he'll grab him by the face mask.
He's done that during games. First down and 10. But the penalty takes them back into Notre Dame territory, the other side of the 50 at the 46-yard line. So it's expensive for the Irish, who lead but only by a point. You just get the feeling, watching the Irish and Southern Cal in this game, that something crazy is going to happen before this is over. Just have a clue, but it's just kind of that sort of strange, weird evening here. Dallas brings the Irish up to the line of scrimmage. Did they bring the leprechaun around? It's got to be somewhere sneaking around here. Denson, cut back. 50, 45, outside, and Denson's going to be a century runner here tonight. So their leading runner is getting the job done again. Otfried Denson, averaging 101.9 yards a game, and he has scored 7 touchdowns for the Irish this year.
Concentrate on big number 70, Ritter. Get a nice kick-out block right there and open that hole. There was a good down block by Kreplevic inside there that collapsed it inside. From the end zone, you'll see what I'm talking about. Follow the guard to the right side of your screen. Bang! Good timing, good execution.
Now on first down, the 38-yard line. Farmer in the game for his first carry of the second half, and he goes 8 yards close to the 30-yard line.
I'll tell you who did a nice job on that was Ritter pulling around the corner, and they got after Russell a little bit, too. You got to get people on Russell, 96, right side of your screen. See, they double him, knock him off the ball. That allows room for Ritter to come around up in the hole, number 70, and make that crease available there for number 31, Robert Farmer. And Farmer's a big guy, a 227-pound running back.
Second down and 2. Spencer and Farmer, the running backs behind Hollis. Spencer short of the first down, so this will be about 3rd and 1 for Notre Dame. Lowry again, number 91. He has been active defensively. You know, Lou talking about next year, and Coach Davey said that this could be a good football team next year. He starts 10 underclassmen of this year's Notre Dame team. He said if they come through at a couple of positions, it could be a great team. And he says he feels sorry that he's been unable to recruit the great wide receiver for Paulus. He feels that that's restricted their passing game somewhat. Nothing restricts the Notre Dame running game. And here's 3rd and 1. Spencer and Farmer are the running backs. It's Spencer. First down as he spun off the tackle. And that was the freshman linebacker, Claiborne, from Riverside, who made the hit. So next Saturday, the Triple Dipper, the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship from St. Louis. The improving Texas Longhorns against Nebraska. And then the WAC from Las Vegas. It's BYU against Wyoming. It'll be a shootout. And then the SEC Championship presented by Dr. Pepper, Florida, and Alabama. Gene Stallings announcing his retirement. I happened to be driving across the middle of nowhere when he announced that retirement last Saturday. It was one of the most eloquent talks I have ever heard anybody deliver in retirement. What a gentleman Gene Stallings is.
I saw it on television, and knowing Gene like I do, it didn't surprise me he could do such a great job.
Denson smashed down at the 30-yard line, and Sammy Knight in there again, number 9. And this time, Denson is going to be very slow in getting back up.
Mr. Knight, he can flow so well. He sees those cracks, and he has the quickness to run behind a play, behind the line of scrimmage, and make the play onside. What a fine football player. Now, he won't play outside linebacker in the National Football League, but he'll play somewhere.
And with Denson apparently falling over here on the side, the ball is underneath him as they drove him down, and clearly that could have knocked the wind out of him. Randy Kinder, I believe, is going to check in for his first play of the night. Kinder, running back out of East Lansing, Michigan. And Denson with 107 yards for the night. And now it is 2nd down and 13 after the loss. 3 wideouts off to the left. The Irish need 13 yards from the Trojan 31-yard line. Farmer, they won't get it, but they did get to the 25-yard line.
He spreads you out to run inside. Nothing wrong with that philosophy. You're as apt to pop one right that way as if you had 2 tight ends in there.
So this will be...
Now he's forced into the obvious passing situation.
Yeah, exactly. Need 8 yards here. Mosley is in. Johnson is in. Mosley slotted to the right. Kriplevich, the tight end, is over to the left side. He's been relatively quiet so far. He gets off the line. Hollis looks to the middle. Knocked away from the tight end that time, and it was number 42, Brian Kelly out of Denver, making a big defensive play for the Trojans at the right time.
I think the ball was thrown a little bit behind Kriplevich. Left side of the screen, number 98, working up inside the zone. You'll see Kelly come flying in on there right there. It is just a little bit behind him. Good job, and he really, look at that dance. Look at that. I mean, maybe he took dance here at USC. Yeah. Good football player. He's played corner and safety. Started 9 games last year at corner. Been playing free safety this year.
So they're going to go for it. From the Trojan 25-yard line, needing 8 yards for a first down. They have to get inside the 17. Play fake. Got in. Hollis didn't throw it. Hollis in trouble. Throws off balance. Touchdown, Notre Dame. He hit Champion.
He had his tight end initially for a big play. Didn't see him. held onto the ball a second too late, then scrambled around the pocket under pressure and stayed with the discipline of the pattern and finds him downfield. He came into the ball game with a new touchdown record, career record with 42. That's his 43rd, right?
Lou Holtz on 4th down tonight has gone 3 times, and he's been successful all 3 occasions. None more important than this one, the touchdown pass, and it was thrown to Sakia Champion from Tyler, Texas, with the Irish's 2nd touchdown, and Jimmy Sanson for the extra point, and a little daylight now for the Irish. Penalty flag thrown in the end zone.
That's really tough on a defensive secondary when you get back there like that, Brent, you know, and he's scrambling around. They think he's going to sack him. Everyone back there, and it takes a little time, and then all of a sudden the receiver pops out of that coverage in for the end zone. You see that all the time.
Illegal participation, 12 players on the field by the defense. That penalty, 15 yards, will be enforced on the kickoff.
It works sometimes. Here's Sakia Champion, number 18, top of your screen. Working right there. That's Ken Haslip. He moves back. Now, see, he heads for the end zone in the scramble situation. Gives him a fair catch signal. There he is. Good heads-up play. And now coaches teach these kind of things. Here's the pressure. It's going to appear right now. He had the tight end to the top of the screen. You can't see it there. Very good avoid technique. And pop. He gets popped. He doesn't see it cut. Now you see what we're talking about, right? Little play action. Nice protection initially. He doesn't throw it. He scrambles up inside. I thought he was going to run it. You know, you work on those things on practice fields from time to time on scramble, broken plays, and there's rules by the receivers. The widest go deepest. The number 2 come underneath the deepest to the sideline. Number 3 come across the field and wave your hands. All those kind of things. It paid off in that drill right there. Lou liked that one. He said it wasn't a beautifully executed play, but the end result is the same.
Well, interesting decision here for Notre Dame, because the penalty should allow them to kick this ball into the end zone and not allow Soward a return. You want to keep it out of his hands right now, and the ball is going to be teed up at midfield with Hollis talking to the assistant coaches upstairs. Sanson ready to kick it off. Very deep in the end zone. Miller will take the knee, and it will indeed come out on the 20-yard line. So that's where the 15-yarder hurts Southern Cal again. When you make fundamental mistakes like that, it's hard to get something going, and Southern Cal has been its own worst enemy. They have been unable to score a touchdown here tonight. Going in the first half, they threw an interception on 3rd and 3 from the 4-yard line. They have only 2 field goals to show for all the snaps they had in Notre Dame territory in the first half. It's 14-6.
You know, sooner or later, the misfortune they've had in the 4th quarter is going to come around and be good fortune for them. You just can't go a whole season with all the problems they have.
Washington slipping left, and now he turns it up. Notre Dame will give you a couple of yards. That was Tatum who closed up. But of all the defenses we have watched this year, they clean up the front, and unfortunately, that is Tatum, who is down now and shaken up. But I will tell you that Notre Dame cleans up that front about as efficiently as anybody we have watched along the line. They don't penetrate like Florida State and Nebraska, but it seems to be just as tough to move the ball, and you have to look back on that Ohio State victory in South Bend as probably the Buckeyes' finest showing of the year, and the one that Notre Dame would at least be able to explain. When you watch this Notre Dame defense here today, you get the feeling that they should have been able to do much better against the Buckeyes. But irregardless, here they are in a big win tonight. Bob Davies' defense doing a job, and they'll be able to move on to an Alliance Bowl.
You know, I asked Bob Davis if he had any specific change up in his defense in regard to defense in USC run. He said, first off, I'm not so sure how committed they are to running the football, but regardless, he said, I am going to just stay with our fundamental approach, you know, and just play hard at the point, not do anything fancy, and take advantage of our growth the entire season of defense on the run.
Is he going to change the offensive philosophy? Will he open it up and throw it more, or will he stick to the running attack that Lou Holtz has used over the last decade?
Well, I don't know. I asked him about that kind of stuff. I really did. But I think he'll kind of open it up just a little bit. But he didn't come right out and say that to me. I think he's a little bit guarded about what he's going to say, because, you know, he's got a lot of decisions to make himself between now and when he becomes the official head football coach.
And we've come to the end of the third quarter. Notre Dame leading it 14-6. And we'll be back with the final 15 minutes between Notre Dame and USC after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Good morning. Ty Kirby.
Room 426.
Hello. Ty
Wants
Kirby.
to survive his first interview.
Rubbish. Sit up straight. Don't talk too much.
Good day to you, Mr. Kirby. Good luck, sir.
Good. My lucky shoe.
Hello, I'm Ty Kirby.
I'm ready.
Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
It's a battle between rivals in the NFC West. The Niners and the Falcons put each other to the test.
Cellular Sales, the 1994-95 Bell South Mobility Agent of the Year, has done it again. Introducing our digital communication service package. With this package, you pay nothing for the first minute of incoming calls, and you get voicemail for no additional charge when you buy a digital-ready handset. Cellular Sales even offers you statewide calling at no additional charge. All this for as little as $19.96 a month, and backed by Bell South Mobility's 24-hour customer service. Check out Cellular Sales' digital communication service package. Cellular Sales is an authorized agent of Bell South Mobility.
This was my first car, and I wanted my first car to be a stick. I walked into the Saturn dealership. I met my sales consultant. I told her, I don't know how to drive a stick. I grew up in New York City where a lot of people don't even know how to drive. She said, no problem, I'll show you how. You gotta have it just right. Easing up on the clutch, easing down the gas, bam. Off the clutch, you're on the gas. I liked my Saturn so much, I told my mom she should buy one. She did, but she bought the automatic.
You're watching News Channel 9, WTVC Chattanooga.
The final 15 minutes of an ancient rivalry, Notre Dame and Southern Cal. 90,000 on hand in the Los Angeles Coliseum. The last regular season game as head coach of the Fighting Irish for Lou Holtz. And the Trojans on first down throw. Sermon's juggle, still got it. Was able to catch it on the high juggle. Oh, baby, how about that? Going out of bounds at the 25-yard line.
Well, that's a technique running back Coach Charles White does not teach, I'll guarantee you.
Came out into the pattern as a receiver. Got the high juggle. White over there, the one-time Heisman Trophy winner here in Southern California, coaching the running backs.
I recruited him to UCLA. I think I had his grandmother convinced, but I didn't convince him.
Third down and 4. Otten looking for a little time. Irish show blitz, cleaned up, throws just a little inside his receiver. That was Larry Parker, who had slipped out number 80, and it is incomplete. Dick, how did...
I'll tell you this, the fact that Otten can come out and throw with confidence, he missed that one by inches and everything, Brent. I think he's got some big plays left him for the fourth quarter. But SC has had terrible luck when they haven't been able to control the ball.
And there they are on the fake. Fourth down, and they snapped it to the short man, Claridge.
Big defensive play. I'm surprised they did it down there. We knew it was in the game plan, but you see they have everybody up here on the line of scrimmage. There aren't going to be many gaps in there unless they fall out. Now, one punt return person fell out. They're snapping it to a linebacker that was a high school running back, and a good one, but they didn't get it. Boy, that is critical. That's the chances you take, and if you don't do it at the time that's not conspicuous, you never make it.
Well, now Notre Dame winds up with superb field position at the 29-yard line. And Tyler adjusts his running backs. And Jensen moving up to make sure he has returned after being shaken up. He takes a toss to the left, and he is pressed back to the inside by Kusana, who closes in on the stop. Dick, I want to go back on your point and just make sure you really think that on 4th and 4, down 1 touchdown and a 2 extra point, in that field position, you would have gone for it?
No, not at all. I didn't say that.
Oh, I just thought you were saying
not at
that.
all. Are you? No, not at all. I don't have guts enough.
You kind of surprised me a little bit with that one.
I see. I think I'm only 1 play out of it. I don't want to try to make a big play in a very tough situation. No way.
That seemed more like an act of desperation. And Hollis off the fake, still got it. Can't get the open man. Scrambles inside the 20 to the 19-yard line. Close to a Notre Dame first down. Nice run by Hollis.
No, I just not that much of a high-risk guy.
If they fake the reverse right here, and you hope to, in doing that, attract the safety's attention watching the reverse, then get somebody in behind him. And good discipline in the secondary, they couldn't find anybody open.
Well, 3rd down and short. Farmer, a late addition, brings the play in, gets a check now with Hollis, who's already got something called here on 3rd and short. Give a little tighter look on the formation. And Hollis just hands it off to Spencer, and Spencer earns the first down with Sammy Knight getting credit for being in on another tackle. With as good a punter as the Trojans have, you've got to be very satisfied, I would think, to play field position for the time being. I mean, we're early in the 4th quarter, 13 minutes. You give up a touchdown now, and it is really uphill in this football game.
No question, especially when you play for 3 quarters.
Well, even a field goal puts you in trouble. I mean, you are only a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from tying the game. So that play is going to be discussed and dissected at length, I dare say, especially if the Irish can score some points off it. Inside the 18-yard line. This is Denson, cuts back to the left side, and powers his way to the 14-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 5, and now this relentless ground game. This offensive line that Dick Vermeil explained comes off low and hard.
As you see Notre Dame right here, just controlling that 3rd quarter. Look at the total domination. And SC, as we showed earlier on the graphic, has really struggled when the opponent controlled the clock, because they haven't been able to make the big plays offensively and make up for giving up time.
2nd down and 6. Blitz. He's got it. Fumble. And Paulus got on it. What a call for a blitz. Ball was on the ground and a penalty flag, so you wonder, because Knight got it across so fast, was he offside?
I don't think he was, but evidently somebody's thought he was, or they're calling. Let's see. Keith Burns, the defensive coordinator, got after him with that call. Hit him right where they're hurting. There's Keith.
Dead ball, false start on the offense. After the play, dead ball, personal foul against the offense. 15 yards.
That's dumb football.
Oh, Holtz has got reason to be furious at whoever was responsible for that penalty.
Look at Lou. Look at... Yeah, I mean, that was a big break for the Trojans. Here's Sammy Knight, number 9, right in the middle of your screen. Now he's going to go up the center guard gap. They divide the tackles. He gets there cleanly. The ball's on the ground. They're lucky to get it back. Now, I don't see where the personal foul comes.
So the personal foul against one of the Irish linemen. 2nd and 26 after the penalty is marched off. Back to the 34-yard line. Paulus on a play fake. Goes deep, complete. The ball! The Trojans have got it at the 1-yard line. Malcolm Johnson fumbles inside the 5, and USC takes over. Good news for a Trojan fan. The bad news is they still got 99 yards to go against the Irish D.
But what a good way to come out of a fake punt that didn't work.
Sammy Knight made another huge play. Number 9 is number 1 right now for the Trojans.
With the all-new Dodge Dakota, we offer a choice. A torquey Magnum 4 that is not the typical wimpy whiner, a serious high-output Magnum V6, and a real live Magnum V8. The only V8 in its class. 468. Now who do you appreciate? The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
You gotta have fire. Slapping, lapping, fancy flames, flicking chicken from every side until marinated bird and garlic and lime has turned from good into sublime. Oh, what has Chili's thus created? Why, it's margarita grilled chicken consummated, served horizontally, grill marks up on a tostada with a lot of what your mouth waters for. That rib stick and margarita grilled chicken, 'cause Chili's grills like no place else.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
These rich boys think they're above the law.
I asked them to stop.
Are there bruises on this girl? A shocking all-new blue. ABC Tuesday, viewer discretion advised.
You see Malcolm Johnson right there, number 80, coming off the ball. He's going to work across the field inside the zone. They're going to throw it, hit him right on the money, and up from behind will come Sammy Knight right there and just strip the ball away. Excellent. He didn't try to make the tackle. Number 9, look at right there. He just ripped it out of his hands. I don't know who you fault. It's tough to yell at the receiver. Great play by Sammy Knight.
It was indeed. Knight giving the Trojans the ball, coming out for the 1-yard line. Walters, the tailback. Servants is the fullback. The injured Otten stays in at quarterback. They're going to throw out of their own end zone. Fires left side, got a man wide open. Bastinelli out to the 33-yard line. The same play they struck gold with earlier this year against Illinois in Champaign, only that baby went for 97 yards.
Here they are. It's a nice play action. It took a little time now. They're playing a zone. The corner rolled up. The safety's got to get over there. He doesn't get there. He got turned. He gets upfield. Does a real nice job. That's Johnny Saunders recovering to make the play. Very good call by Mike Riley.
33-yard gain for the Trojans. Out from the 34. Otten getting time again. Middle. Miller interference. No question. 15 yards and another first down. Allen Rossum was hanging on to Miller, and Miller had a step.
You know, when Allen Rossum has a step, he can fly. One-on-one situation, he gives him a little move to the outside, gets back underneath, the ball is thrown, and Otten is really humming that football. Really humming it. Boy, and he's on top of him right there. Mike Riley, offensive coordinator, evidently John Robinson said, hey, let's go after them deep. Let's throw the football. You talk about it coming out from your 1-yard line, and here you are sitting first down on the 49-yard line, 51 yards to go for a score. Mike Riley's got to be breathing a little fresh air right now. There he is in the middle of the screen. One of the fine young football coaches in college football. I got to know this guy, Brent, when we were doing, remember the old World League? He was coaching San Antonio. Did a great job.
Never forget that. 1st and 10 for the Trojans. Otten going to throw it again. Receivers covered, takes off to the right on the flak jacket and all. Now he throws incomplete. The tight end was his intended receiver, John Allred.
Otten should throw the ball away and not take a hit. Don't hang on to it. They need him all through the 4th quarter. Don't try to win it on one play. If he gets hit again squarely and firmly, he may not be in there. And he's humming that ball right now. See, this team can put pressure on you. And those kind of play actions, you get back deep, see you're coming around from behind him. He's avoiding people. Throw it away. Throw it away before you get hit.
Now, second down and 10 for the Trojans. The ball on their own 49-yard line. Walters, nothing doing. Wynn hit him first.
Does he hit you? Does he? He's going to make a heck of a lawyer. You know that? You know, he's used to sticking people. You know, he can really get it after you.
Make a divorce attorney, huh, Coach?
Yeah, he would. Man, I love the way he plays football.
Third down and 7. And we'll see what Otten's got. Chris Miller, number 2, his veteran. Bostonelli stays in, number 25, is off to the left. All at the tight end on the right side of the formation.
Blitz.
And Sermon slips out. Fire it. Drops it. And a first down.
Beautiful throw. Can't throw it any better. Right on the money. They blitzed. There was no inside safety help. Bastianelli comes across the middle. Here he is as a sophomore. He's never going to fit there. Here he comes top. Now watch him break to the inside. Gave him a good stick right there. Right in the bread basket. Woo. Coaching's easy. There's nothing to it.
Bet you he punts this time, Coach.
I'll bet you he does.
Rossum. At the 12-yard line. First down from the 12-yard line. Ain't nothing wrong with a good punt.
Sooner or later, bad fortune, if you coach long enough, will come around and be good fortune. That's all there is to it. He's had so many things go wrong for him in the fourth quarter this year. 2 double overtime losses. Right between his hands. He didn't get those hands and draw the ball to his body.
The cover man, Bolshin, pounces on the ball. That's the second time he's gotten downfield on one, and you have to wonder now about Rossum's injury earlier in the game. So here comes our stand, and this could well decide this, baby. Still a lot of time, 10:22 to go. The Trojans have not scored a touchdown. Sermons is in front of Walters. Double tight end look for the Trojans now. They'll run the toss to the short side. Slams inside the 5-yard line. Beautiful run that time by the senior from Arlington, Texas.
And a beautiful block by Chris Bramer, the offensive left guard. He wheeling around there on the left side, waiting up there, knocked the man back, and they cut up right behind his great big rear end. You'll see him pull him out of the left side there. What a nice job. Here he is in the left guard position. Here he goes. Pow! He knocked him out of there. Now up inside there. Good job.
Second down and 2 for the Trojans. Walters again short of the first down as the Irish meet the challenge with Bobby Howard and Kennan Tatum in on that stop.
And right now they're thinking 2 downs for the first down.
This will be third down and 2. It's a huge moment against Bob Davies' defense for the Trojans.
He says, go second.
He thinks they're going to throw it. You could read his lips over there on the sideline. Let's see if Otten indeed puts it up. They're going to toss to Walters. Cut off, cuts back, short of the first down.
What did Lou Holtz tell us last night? He says it's going to be goal line defense. He said, we've beaten these people before when they couldn't score on us inside the 5-yard line. He said, if it gets down that again, we can stop them. They toss the ball deep. They're trying to run the eye toss. He gets turned back up inside. Look at the white jerseys. They have confidence. They can play in the goal line against the Trojans because they've done it before.
John Robinson going all out. Nothing to lose. No field goal, even though a field goal could close them to within 5. So
way too long to throw the ball.
From the 5-yard line on fourth down, Otten looks for a receiver, snaps it to the end zone, and Miller.
He's strutting. We haven't seen any signals yet.
Now the officials are looking at each other. Finally a call.
Holy mackerel, what's the delay for, guys?
Now Davey can't believe it. Could this be another phantom touchdown?
Here it is, a little bunt formation. They have 3 receivers real close. He's coming inside right now, underneath like a little rub-off move in there. There's Miller, goes down for the ball. He's in the end zone. At least his rear end was.
The only question is whether or not the point of the ball was off the ground as he fell back into the end zone. There is no other question. Clearly, he had the ball as long as he caught it cleaner. Here now for the tie. Can't run, throws back high. Bastianelli knocked away in the end zone, and the Irish hang on to the lead. 14-12. Gilbo, who intercepted one in the end zone, knocks this away. This is the touchdown.
From the right side of your screen. Comes underneath two other receivers. Yeah, he's in there.
But after scoring 6, they missed by 2, and that's the difference right now.
And the little dragon looked up to the moon with fire burning in his eyes, and he
Why
said,
does he have fire in his eyes?
because he's a dragon.
How come he's a dragon and not a dinosaur?
Well, because...
How big is the little
When you use your Visa card this holiday season, we'll make a donation to Reading is Fundamental. Together, we'll bring kids a million stories.
Have I answered everybody's question?
When do we get snacks?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Inside its armrest are storage compartments. The map pockets are thoughtfully divided. Its roomy rear seats have underseat bins. And the bed converts into a shelf. In the all-new Dakota, even the conveniences have conveniences. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
People call you guys bunny spotters.
Bunny spotters. I think that it trivializes what we do. It's much larger than that.
To watch somebody see it for the first time.
Whoa. I feel very fortunate to be here because, you know, when we're all gone, I'm still going to be out there.
The Panasonic Razor. Shave wet or shave dry. Your choice. Your shave. Rinse clean. Work hard. Play hard. Shave your way. Panasonic.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. Philips Magnavox, bringing the power of the internet to your own television. Chili's has so many new grilled items, you'll see why we say Chili's grills like no place else. And First Brands Corporation, makers of STP, complete fuel system cleaner. So Notre Dame's last touchdown came off 4th and 8. Now the Trojans come back with a touchdown on 4th and 5. They missed the two-point conversion for the tie. It's a 14-12 wide-open game with 8:21 to go. And Farmer is back deep for the Irish. Out of bounds, coming out on the 35. We have seen strange things. Now, we want to show you this again from the end zone, and we will try to freeze it on down to watch Chris Miller just to make sure that the point of the ball does not touch the ground as he goes down. Otten snaps it in low, makes the catch right there. He's got it. Now watch as he goes down, cradles it right there all the way. It was a touchdown. Now, the side judge and the back judge did not see it. They stood there looking at each other. Finally, it was the referee who came up behind the play and at about the line of scrimmage finally put his hands in the air, and Chris Miller had the touchdown that has given us a ball game here for the last 8:21. Hollis now on the snap, hands off, Denson cuts into the middle and smashes his way close to midfield.
Lou Holtz loves that football play. Loves to put a slot into the field and then run right toward the slot because your defense loosens to move out there and get in a position to help on pass coverage on the slot. You know, against these guys, you might tighten up over there because they really like to run that slant draw or sprint draw, whatever you want to call it.
Farmer and Spencer are the Irish running backs. 4 down linemen for the Trojans. Russell has been well blocked tonight by the Irish, and they got him that time again beautifully. The one they cannot account for in there, though, is the middle linebacker. And number 55, the freshman, Chris Claiborne, made the stop. But I want to tell you, the blocking job being done on Russell is as good as he's seen all season.
Right. Well, they're going after him right there. Now, Ritter, number 7, he just pinned him. That's a pancake, a waffle with a little syrup on it right there. But what they tried to do, Notre Dame tried to get him to take the fullback in the opposite direction. They didn't do it.
Big D might not want to listen to some of those agents that are trying to coax him out next year. He might want to stay and work on that technique a little bit in college. 2nd down and 9. Hollis now studies the defense. Handoff. Denson breaks free, crosses the 40 to the 34-yard line. First down, it's Audrey Denson.
You know, when you can pull linemen, block down with people in the gap, and pull lethal around, you'll see right here, he's going to pull around in there. Here he goes, coming around, pow, up inside there, and that was really a nice job by Jeremy Akers.
The Irish offensive line taking charge right now as Notre Dame drives down to the 35-yard line. They have dominated the running game behind this talented, large offensive line. Knight tries to get inside on Denson, and this time Russell is over there. No gain on the play as 96 gets over and helps out on the stop. Clock comes on down to 6:30. That's one of the things that the running game does in a situation like this where you lead by 2. John Robinson, of course, was not happy with his field goal situation last week against UCLA. He's standing over there hoping it doesn't come down to that again. He'd like to get the ball back and drive it the length of the field. Lou Holtz has got other ideas. He wants to pound it in behind this offensive line. Second down and 9 for Hollis and the Irish. They show blitz. Here comes Knight again. They run into it. Nothing doing. The blitz was a good call against that running play, and now it's 3rd and 9, and the Irish are almost forced to put one up.
And the big fella, Russell, stepped up and took on the challenge. They say, you're going to knock me in my back one time, but you're not going to do it the next time. He came off his block that time, and off he made the play. Right in the middle of your screen, you'll see 96 close down, and then work back inside out. Here he comes, makes the play. But the extra help of those linebackers coming up inside make it really tough to run in there.
3 wide receivers are off to Paulus's right. The tight end is down to the left. 1 running back. Paulus into the formation. Fires complete. He got his slot man that time. Mosley at the 22-yard line, and it's first down, Notre Dame.
See, they blitz people. They handled the blitz this time with your 1-on-1 out there in that blitz situation. A nice throw. You got 3 receivers out there. They're all isolated 1-on-1. You see Mosley just step in there, and McCutcheon playing a little bit back off there, respecting the Mosley speed.
Clock comes down to 5:23 now, and Paulus brings the Irish up at the 22-yard line. Johnson checks in. He's off to the left. They split the 2 wideouts, and they show 2 tight ends and change the look of the formation. Denson's the lone running back. Denson gets the call. Gets away from Claridge, but not the big fella that time was Willie Lowry, number 91.
You know, I watched on the practice field Tuesday when they get in that 2 tight end formation and 1 back. He has an audible option that he likes to run. And you can't tackle these people up high. There's Claridge, number 55, a true freshman. See, they'll run out of those kind of tackles. You got to get your body across in front of a ball carrier like Audrey Denson. That's why he's rushed for over 1,000 yards. He can make people miss, but this guy is going to be a great, great Trojan linebacker.
So Claiborne doing just another great job in there on 2nd down and 9.
See, they're jumping the defense around now, trying to stop him.
They run the toss play. It's Denson looking daylight. Got it to the 9-yard line. 1st and goal, Notre Dame on the Denson run.
You know, the Trojans go to the pass to try to catch up. Lou Holtz goes to the run. You can't criticize him for that. They toss the ball deep. They pull the lineman right there. They down block with a tight end. They get the tackle kick-out block right there. And just good, strong running up inside. Awfully nice job by Chris Clevenger, the left tackle, who pulled and kicked out.
It is 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. And they stay with the 2 tight end look. 1 wide out, the fullback's back. Denson running daylight. Touchdown, Notre Dame. He broke the plane of the goal before the ball was fumbled away. Touchdown for the Irish. But there is a penalty flag thrown on the far side.
Lou respects the physical ability of his offensive line. He puts the responsibility for the game, the victory, in their hands. He says, guys, I'm going to run the football. Let's go after 1 good 3rd down conversion.
Like conduct against the scoring team.
That must have been an undue celebration is all I can think of. It was unsportsmanlike conduct. conduct, and they will penalize him on the extra point or on the kickoff. Irregardless, it is a touchdown and a big one. The Irish lead it again by 8. Pending the outcome here of the extra point, and Holtz wants to get an explanation. And he said, on us? Oh, I can't believe it. Our side? Our side? We would never do this.
Personality. Oh, yeah. I tell you, I hope he ends up in college football again because he does a great job with college kids. And, you know, he says he has not made up his mind what he's going to do. Right now, he has nothing to do.
Does that mean you don't think he could do it in the NFL?
No, not at all. I just like his influence on young kids.
Pulled the extra point. No good. My God. They're sitting down at 8. They're leaving the Trojans alive here at 3:52. A touchdown and a 2-point conversion is all the Trojans need. But can they do it against this tough Irish defense? We'll be right back.
You told us you wanted a truck with more playful performance. So for the all-new Dodge Dakota, our engineers matched quick ratio steering with a precision-tuned suspension, making it a blast to drive. Now, when Dakota responds precisely to your input, you'll know it's because we did too. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Hello from Plank Road, where a lot of you have been wondering, how smooth is Ice House? So Paul and the guys thought they'd show you with this popular little demonstration. Oh, it makes them happy to show you things, and there you have it. Well, at least the Ice House is smooth. Ice House. Never any watered down taste, so it always goes down smooth and easy. Thanks, and enjoy.
Today's Marriott moment. Let's turn the calendar way back to 1982 here at the Los Angeles Coliseum. Trojans down by 3. They came storming back to win on this touchdown by tailback Michael Harper. A 17-13 win, and it was USC's last victory over the Fighting Irish. The controversial touchdown stood. John Robinson, ending his first tenure with Southern Cal, was a winner over Notre Dame. Since his return, he's been unable to handle the Irish. Now the penalty means that Notre Dame must kick this ball off from their own 20-yard line. And the Trojans are hopeful to get themselves real good field position here with 3:52 remaining. USC down by 8. Soward and Miller have been exchanging positions. They're keeping it out of their hands. It's going to be picked up by Soward on the bobble. Got it on the bounce, and he goes right down to make sure he didn't turn it over.
Again, another good decision to go ahead and just squib kick that thing down there. He is so dangerous.
So a reminder about Monday night. Mr. Monday Night, Jerry Rice, number 80, the San Francisco 49ers, teeing it up against Atlanta. The drive for the home field and all those other goodies in the NFL underway at 9 Eastern. Here, Lou Holtz, hoping his defense can hold on, leading by 8. Brad Otten playing in pain, the flak jacket, the bruised ribs and the sternum. Brings them up. Pump fake, high and incomplete. He was not comfortable with Bastianelli over there because number 14, the defensive back, Covington, was all over him.
He had rolled up over there, Brennan, in a double zone move where the corner rolls up and the safety goes deep behind it, and he read that properly and just threw it out of bounds. Otten isn't going to make many mistakes, being a senior as he is in reading coverages, and that simple of a read. In fact, his pre-snap look would have told him what the coverage is.
Allred, Miller, and Bastianelli are the wide receivers. Sermon and Washington are the running backs. Otten on a play fake is going to put it up again. Going to come hard over the middle, complete at the 49-yard line. And that's Bastianelli working in that area, and it's a first down. And now the Trojans will play with half a field and 3:40 remaining.
See what they did now. I have a nice isolation. He has time. It takes time to work down inside those zones, turn and sit. The offensive line did a real good job of getting Ott in a nice cushion to sit there and allow that thing to develop and throw the ball. They weren't doing that earlier in the ball game.
17-yard gain, 3.5 minutes.
They're coming with a blitz.
And a toss. They're going to have a running play with Washington. Busts the tackle to the 40-yard line. And that was Delon Washington, the junior from Dallas, with Sanders making the stop for the Irish. But again, it is down there in first down territory for the Trojans.
This used to be just John McKay's USC play, right? The old high toss, power sweep. Critical times you could guess he was going to run it, and they ran it well anyway.
So they do get the first down. Notre Dame with all three. SC down to one timeout. They need a touchdown and a two-point conversion. They showed run in that play, so they have not passed on every down. Snaps one incomplete. Allred was very well defended that time by Gilbo, and there's a young man who's played a fine football game, has an interception in the end zone, and he defended the two-point pass down here the other side. So he has made two of the biggest plays of the night for the Fighting Irish.
And he didn't even start the football game. They started on Johnny Saunders in his place for the first time this year.
Second down and 10. Tight end is off to the left. It's Allred. Sermon, a good receiver, can slip out of the backfield. And they'll run Washington. Good call for 7 yards. This will lead the Trojans in 3rd and 3. Excellent decision by the coaching staff there. It caught them unawares. They were looking past.
But, you know, they stunted inside to take away the draw, and they ran the draw anyway. They cross-charged the defensive tackles, which usually work pretty good against an inside draw, but he found a way to pop through there anyway.
3rd down and 3. Washington staying in at tailback. There's a slot formation to the left for the Trojans. They're going to run the toss sweep. And Washington gets a first down for the Trojans at the 30-yard line. So now they are running right at Notre Dame. And a reminder tomorrow, we've got some excellent golf coming your way. Shell's Wonderful World of Golf features Tom Kite and Ben Crenshaw. That'll be followed by the back nine of the Skins game. Tiger Woods, John Daly, Tom Watson, Freddie Couples. That's all tomorrow on ABC. 2:25 remaining now, and the Trojans have driven to the Irish 30-yard line. Must have a touchdown and a successful two-point conversion. They trail it by 8. Bastianelli slotted. Miller out left. Out to throw on first down. Snaps it. He's got Miller at the 16-yard line. Another first down for the Trojans.
That's the same combination pattern in the slot that they tried to throw a little earlier, and they rolled up in a double zone. He threw it out of bounds because he couldn't throw it in there. It's a nice slant, 3-step drop. He's just going to pop it right in there. They were not in a double zone over that time. It's a one-on-one situation, and you should be able to complete that.
Covington, the defender, working over there for the Irish. Bruised ribs and all. And he has played well using Chris Miller as his main target here. They have not given up on the run. Here's Washington. Daylight squirts through. Washington touchdown. Now the Trojans need the 2. Thinking about the play. It's a long 3 yards in this situation.
I know it. It's not a gimme. 44.5% successful in NCAA football last year. A lot of attempts. Tough to make it.
Bob Davie and the defensive players, and the Trojans will use their last timeout. They're going to talk about it, and why not? Nothing's more important. We'll come back with the two-point conversion.
What an extraordinary time to be a child. Now that we can surf the internet through our TVs, the world is literally at their fingertips. Children are our future. The better we make the world for them, the better we make the world for us.
Web TV from Philips Magnavox. The power of the internet now on your own television.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Of all the improvements made to the new Jeep Wrangler, like dual...
It started back in the 20s, this great rivalry. And it seems like it always comes down to these hectic moments. John Robinson, Lou Holtz. One coach has already resigned. The other is under fire. Now the Trojans, 2 points away from the tie. Brad eyes the Irish defense. Here's Washington. Battlesburg, he got it. Oh, what a great run by DeLon Washington. It looked like he was jammed up.
And they brought the house. They brought everybody. Bob Davey wasn't sitting there. They brought the linebackers, everybody up inside. Tough to run. Here's the linebackers in the middle of your screen. They got good penetration. He just kept bouncing away in there, and there he goes.
DeLon Washington gives us a tie game, but there's 1:50 left in regulation.
Sad, isn't it? Finding out you paid too much for your stereo. Circuit City, you can't find a lower price. We guarantee it.
Dear Dave, after session last week, we had these smoky bacon cheeseburgers. One bite and we said, man.
Concentrate on big guard primer. When you can pull and block like this, you can score the touchdowns. Nice kick down, just knocks him right off the line of scrimmage, and then he goes for the score.
Tied at 20, but the Irish have been lethal under Holtz at returning kicks. Robert Farmer back as the deep man. 1:50 to go, and the Irish with all 3 of their timeouts, just hoping to maneuver down and attempt a field goal in regulation. Farmer from the 5. Well cut off.
Trying to get out of bounds.
And there's the face mask. Face mask penalty is called. Penalty flags come flying, and that is a very costly face mask penalty against the Trojans. That was Prentice Hill, a sophomore defensive back who reached in and committed the foul.
Personal foul, 15-yard face mask against the kicking team. First down.
Watch the violation right here. There was no question about it. It's a 15-yarder. So Palace and the Irish.
With 3 timeouts now, 1:40. Lou won't automatically go to throwing the football. He will mix it up and run. He believes in the running game. He'll mix the pass in with it. But he will run it too.
33, first and 10.
Oh, 3 timeouts in there.
At quarterback for Notre Dame.
Palace under center. Brings Mosley in motion, and basically that gives him a slot look over on the right. Then he will run with Denson. And just like the coach said, he has not given up on the run as they cross the 35-yard line to 36 before they are pushed back.
Lou calls all the plays. Now he talks to the people in the press box, but he makes the final decisions. That's Bob Chimnell, his assistant coach right next to him. He talks to Dave Roberts in the press box, passes the information on to Lou, and then Lou does what he wants to do.
So with the timeout being called, we'll take a break and come right back to the Coliseum.
You worry?
you're overprotective, you're a parent. Isn't it nice to know that there's something almost effortless you can do to protect your family even more? Just ask your State Farm agent for a free family insurance checkup. It's a smart way for you to decide if your family's insurance coverage is up to date, so they'll be better protected. And maybe you'll worry a little less.
State Farm is there.
If you're stuck on what to get the men on your list this year, here's a timely reminder. Radio Shack has the gifts men are attracted to. Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
Wrangler jeans. Available in the 2 colors boys prefer most. Black and blue. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
Wrangler, the perfect jean for your 10-year-old son. And your 10-year-old husband. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Dick Vermeil and Jack Arute, I'm Brent Musburger. We are tied with 1.5 minutes to go. Regulation time, the Irish with the ball. They need to reach the 22-yard line of the Trojans to match Sanson's longest field goal of the year, which was a 39-yarder. Second down and long. Mosley comes in motion. Collis looks in his direction, goes downfield. And the near side out of bounds, incomplete. And that will make it 3rd down and 7 with 1:25 remaining.
Two-man pattern, man in motion. A man run up the sideline and break to it. There's Mosley, number 5, trying to get his feet down there, and you can see he was out of bounds all the way. They've got to think first down on this throw. They were throwing a long ways downfield there for that one. That's not a high percentage completion pass.
Now, if they fail to convert on this 3rd down, we will see the punter in this situation. There'll be no question about what the Irish are going to do. That's why the punter is warming up right now. Thomas is going down, and Notre Dame is forced to punt. And now the Trojans have 118 as Big Mr. Russell gets in on him on the sack. Time coming down to 1:10. Trojans, remember, are without a timeout. They'll be looking for a return here to give themselves a chance. We have come down inside of 1 minute in regulation.
He can rear up and do this to you when he makes up his mind to get there. He has to hold the football, and then comes Russell. When a quarterback has to hold the ball, the pass rusher should get there.
So a lot of pressure on Hunter Smith. And the Irish call a timeout. Make sure that they don't have a blocked punt in this situation, and that they defend it. And Lou Holtz, who stresses special teams, wants to talk to his coverage unit with Parker waiting down there, and the clock has run down now to 37 seconds as we approach possible overtime here in this ancient rivalry. It has been a classic. Here's what's unfolded tonight before 90,296 spectators at the Los Angeles Coliseum. The Trojans forged the tie here late in the 4th quarter, deadlocked at 20. Notre Dame waiting to punt the ball away with a half-minute to play, and USC without a timeout. Parker, the return man. Perfect snap.
Man.
Almost eaten beaten up by the Trojans.
Should have blocked it. I think the ball went right under his belly. If he'd have laid out, I think he would have blocked that, Brent.
That was Prentice Hill. Now, that is the young man who was guilty of the face mask infraction, and he comes rolling in on the punt and almost blocks this. Watch him.
From the left side of your screen, you'll see him flash in there. See, he was beyond the ball. All he had to do was lay flatter. Another look. He didn't get to the kicking point properly. That's the big thing right there. He just didn't get the right angle.
But he did force a 28-yard punt. Ball is at the 45-yard line with 28 seconds remaining. 3 wideouts and a ton of speed on the outside now for the Trojans. Shotgun. Otten going to come back to Sermon, and it'll be second down on the incompletion. 24 seconds remain in regulation. Both these teams have been involved in overtime games this season, and both have been very unsuccessful. John Robinson has gone to double overtime against Arizona State and against UCLA. The Irish were beaten in overtime by the Air Force Academy back in South Bend. The pressure mounting now on both sidelines here. The final 24 seconds in regulation. Flag is down. Otten's got a man, and it's Bastianelli out of bounds, stopping the clock. But there is a flag.
Illegal formation by the offense. There are only 6 players on the line.
The little things.
And the little things could mean a lot here in about 18 seconds. If we go into overtime, for those of you who are not aware, it is entirely different than the National Football League. There's no sudden death. Teams get equal possession. The offense begins on the opponent's 25 going in. They'll continue on offense until scoring, losing the ball on downs, or turning it over. Remember, you can make a first down now when you start from the 25. And if it's tied after the first overtime, touchdowns, extra points, everything, field goals, and we just keep repeating it until the tie is broken. Now the final 19 seconds of regulation. Far side, wanted Soward, incomplete. Covington coverage, and the time is down to 14 seconds. So we could be headed for the first overtime in this ancient rivalry. USC and Notre Dame, we've had some standout players today. Denson of Notre Dame, he's the Irish player of the game. Knight for USC. Of course, Chevrolet has had this tradition for years. Now 14 seconds. Third and long. Fires complete. Soward almost broke free. Shoestring tackle at the 38-yard line. The time clock stops on a first down. Trojans have to hurry. It is first down and 8 seconds.
And they've got to throw it and complete it out of bounds. They're thinking field goal because they don't have the timeout, as you said, Brent. And they don't have a long-range field goal kicker either.
Checking the sideline as the chains have to get set first. That's why he was checking over there. Now they will stop it by throwing it down with 6 seconds. They use 2 seconds over there, and John Robinson and his staff will make a decision here.
Now, see, Notre Dame is sitting back there in the 3-deep zone, and if you push the 3 deep as you can get it, you have a chance of taking the slot man and working to the sideline underneath that stretch pattern to the sideline, Brent, and that would be close enough for a field goal.
The young man who failed at the end of regulation against UCLA, he just wants another chance. But here we come. 6 seconds. Looks for the middle. Got it at the 22, and the clock runs out. The clock runs out, and the Coliseum shows nothing but zeros, and we'll head to overtime.
And Bob Davie did a nice job there, Brent. You know, he went man-to-man coverage underneath and stayed with the 3 deep. So there was tight coverage on the receiver when they got it.
So this the final play of regulation.
Did a good job. He had protection, enough time to throw the crossing pattern. The right side of your screen, you'll see there's really tight coverage.
We'll come back with overtime between USC and Notre Dame.
With the all-new Dodge Dakota, we offer a choice. A torquey Magnum 4 that is not the typical wimpy whiner, a serious high-output Magnum V6, and a real live Magnum V8. The only V8 in its class. 468. Now who do you appreciate? The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
Combined, 0-3 in overtime for USC. Both were double overtime. And now the all-important coin flip here, according to the coaches, they want to go on defense rather than offense. They want to see what they have to match or beat.
Now the coin toss at the center of the field. Captain Paulus, Notre Dame, what is your call? What is your call? What is your call? Heads or tails? Heads he calls. And it is heads. So you will choose defense. You will be on offense first. Which goal do you wish to play at? Which end of the field? You want to play at that end of the field? Okay. USC will get the ball first on the 25-yard line at the tunnel end of the field.
Where there are far more Trojan fans, we might add, at the closed end of the Coliseum. Back with the first overtime after this word from our ABC stations.
ABC Monday.
I got money, I got these bitches in my pocket trying to get it.
The coolest hour on television. Dangerous Minds. ABC Monday.
All right, team. Hundreds of kids and parents are counting on us for a great Christmas. So let's get to work.
Okay.
Are those futons almost ready?
Yes, Santa. Water Palace and futons will have over 200 of them starting at $99.
How are those $1.99 bunk beds coming?
Great, Santa. These are the strongest bunk beds made.
Are the water beds ready? I said, are they ready? That's the problem with water beds. They're too comfortable. Well done, my little helpers.
During the holidays, feeling the joy of giving is part of what makes the season so magical. This year, turning your money into toys is like magic. News Channel 9 and US 101 have made it easier to help those less fortunate. Just send your donation to Christmas for Kids, Post Office Box 80066, Chattanooga 37414. Then we'll make sure a needy child experiences the magic of the season.
We're reaching out to you, faithful and strong. Commitment you can really count on.
Because they give great news reports.
They're fair, give the full story and both sides.
Start watching it at 5, just watch it till it runs out.
Mostly weather and community news.
In my opinion, it's the only channel to watch.
News Channel 9, depend on us.
Depend on Mike Dunn tonight on News Channel 9 at 11.
Each team with a timeout in overtime, and they do not carry over. Interestingly enough, this morning we asked John Robinson if he liked the overtime rule because he's lost a couple of overtime games. He said yes, he likes it. If he was the czar of football, he might put the ball back at the 40-yard line and take the chip shot field goal out of it and make sure that you have to drive for some first down. Sermons and Washington on the throw on first down. Sermons the receiver, and Sermons the running back to the 10-yard line, and a first down for Southern Cal in our first overtime.
That's the first time they've used that action, Brent, where they ran the counter away and brought the back underneath it. It's really tough to defense that. So you'll see the back coming out to the right side of your screen. Sermon, number 5. Action went to the left. You pull the defense that way, and he comes out there and does a good job running like a fullback ought to run.
On their big scoring drive and then the two-point conversion, Southern Cal did not give up on the running play. Delon Washington scoring the touchdown and the two-point conversion. Here Otten will throw again right over the middle, and he uses his tight end, and that's all red, and he crashes inside the 5.
And you know what they're doing? Obviously, they have a game plan worked out for this period because they've been in this situation before. 3 plays that they haven't used at any time in the ball game. Coming right up with a nice sequence. It's probably all programmed. This is what we're going to do. Good coaching by Mike Riley. You run everybody out to the sideline. They bring all red right across the middle inside there. That's the first time he caught the ball today.
Second down. Here's the toss. Washington looking for daylight and nothing doing this time. The Irish put him down for a yard loss back at the 5-yard line, and Ronaldo Wynn makes still another stop and a big one here in overtime.
Yes, an outside linebacker, Bill Wagacy, who is a backup. You know, Corey Minor's our outstanding player on that side. Not in there right now. Bill Wagacy playing his spot.
So the ball resting just inside the 5-yard line. Third down here for the Trojans. Miller and Bostonelli come to the short side as the wide receivers. Otten going to throw, fires running back Sermon's touchdown, SC. Now remember, it's not sudden death. Notre Dame will get a chance. And the Trojans will come out for their extra point.
They've had 2 blocks this year. Real good job of getting the back out of the backfield from the left side of your screen. See, they run the double slants inside, pull everybody out there, and get the ball in his hands quickly. Good job in that intense area.
Abrams. Not automatic. The punter Wynn will put it down. Perfect. Notre Dame
Plus penalty. Is added on to the next offensive series.
Oh, that is a huge penalty in overtime.
You bet. That moves the ball back.
5-yard penalty will be enforced from the 25.
So now they got 30 yards to go. From the right side of your screen, he gets the ball down, turns the laces nicely, the ball goes up, and here comes the pressure running right into him right there. You can't run into that guy. And he did a pretty nice job, you know, and he's not an acting major, he's a business major.
5 yards, critical. In overtime, Notre Dame needs 7.
5 yards. They just right now, and you start thinking in terms of field goal and a guy that hasn't had the real strong leg for the longer field goal. Of course, that Notre Dame doesn't make any difference.
The 25 to the 30.
That doesn't make any difference. You're going for 7.
Hollis brings him up. Mosley will be slotted to the left. Johnson, the wide receiver on that side. Denson, who's had a huge game. Play fake. Hollis rolls left. Clements, the tight end, short of the first down, but a 7-yard gain to the 24-yard line on first down for the Irish.
And both teams bringing their tight end into the attack in this overtime period. There he is, rumbling across the field. Big guy gets it tight, and he's heading for that sideline. Gets knocked down. He hadn't had the ball in his hands many times.
Another stop for Knight. Sammy Knight has had a huge night. Second down and 4 for the Irish. Denson's jammed up, bounces out, going to take a big loss. Taking a big loss on the play, and again it was good night. Number 9, what a game.
But good defensive line play right there that pushed it back to Brent. Not only Knight, he finished it off, but they knocked him back. Good line search by the down 4. Russell 96, Lowry 91, Knight slides off. He's just prowling right there waiting to make the play. Comes McCutcheon.
Third down and 8. Hollis looking left, has time, rifles high, incomplete. It has come down to one play for 8 yards or the end zone. Brian Kelly defending and Lou Holtz, the Irish under the gun, needing this win to climb into that alliance configuration. Coming down to when plays are worth millions and millions of dollars for these young men. This one could be worth well over $8 million. The Irish have been perfect tonight on 4th down. They're 3 of 3, but perhaps none in the career of this man has ever meant so much as this one right now. Three wide receivers to the left. Hollis. Deflected. Southern Cal wins it in overtime. The Trojans have done it. Their first win over Lou Holtz and the Fighting Irish since 1982. A huge moment in the history of this great rivalry. Robinson and Holtz. Meeting as the two head coaches for the final time. Down we go to Jackaroo, Jack.
Well, Lou Holtz and John Robinson conversing right here. Congratulations, John. John, finally. Does that mean the monkey is off your back?
No, I'm not important in this thing. It's off our kids' back. It's great for our kids. They played good, you know, and they played hard all year. They played hard all year.
Earlier this week, you got the Tyson Holyfield fight. Or that you were going to have to be Holyfield.
I can't hear it. Get away from it. Get away from it. Get away.
Well, you can tell, guys, it's absolutely pandemonium down here.
Justifiably so. It's a big win for USC. Now watch defensively number 4. He's a linebacker from Texas. His name is Mark Casano. He comes in on Spencer, the fullback. Hand fights him, gets up in the air with the right hand and knocks it away. And on the other side, Lou Holtz, so dejected. And one more look at a play that means so much to both sides. One they will never forget in this great rivalry as the Trojans storm from behind in the final quarter. It was a junior running back, number 24, Delon Washington, who scored the touchdown, and it was Brad Otten who played perhaps the most courageous game that anyone has seen in a Trojan uniform in a long time. But it was Delon Washington when they needed it. And then Sermons on the pass for the overtime touchdown. That was the difference. Tomorrow, final 9 holes in the Skins game. We hope you've enjoyed another classic moment in USC Notre Dame history. So long, everybody.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
Wednesdays are changing. Brilliant. They're rearranging your favorite comedies on ABC.
All right.
Grace Under Fire kicks off at 8. Wow. Then Townie's Andrew Carey Show and Ellen make it. I'm in on that. Wednesdays are changing on ABC.
Catch new episodes of your favorite shows at their brand new times, Wednesday, right here on ABC.
For ordinary pain, I take an ordinary pain reliever. But for all the pain of my period, I take Maximum Pain Relief Pamprin. I'll start with one medicine for pain, but Pamprin adds a second, plus a medicine for bloating. Pamprin is period relief that's more complete.
I've recommended Physoderm Facial Cleanser for years. Now there's new Physoderm for sensitive skin. It's fragrance-free and hypoallergenic, and it won't irritate even the most sensitive skin. If you have problems with your skin, try new Physoderm for sensitive skin.
Not every child has a warm coat to get them through the cold winter months. You can help by participating in News Channel 9's Coats for Kids campaign. Just drop off your outgrown coats at one of these participating dry cleaners displaying the Coats for Kids sign. Your coat will be cleaned free of charge and distributed to a needy person in your area. Join News Channel 9, Bell South Mobility, and participating dry cleaners as we cover the Tennessee Valley. Donate to Coats for Kids. WTVC Chattanooga, Mike Dunn, meteorologist Gray Stabley, and sports with Dave Staley. This is News Channel 9 Weekend.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the game tonight. Headlining our news this evening, rain-slick roads which have caused numerous accidents around the Tennessee Valley. Just a few hours ago, traffic on I-24 was log-jammed for miles due to a three-vehicle accident. A pickup truck heading on I-24 westbound crossed the median entering the westbound lane. It hit a car, then spun around and was crushed by a tractor-trailer. Incredibly, only the pickup driver was injured. He was rushed to a local hospital. His injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. Debris shut down the interstate, though, for quite a while, more than 2 hours, so crews could clean up the mess. An early evening accident near the intersection of Highway 153 and Grub Road sent at least 4 people to the hospital. As you can see from these pictures, at least 3 cars were significantly damaged in the accident. Ambulances took the injured to a local hospital, and again, no word at this hour on their condition. Now, a Decatur, Tennessee man is dead following an early morning head-on collision on Highway 30 in McMinn County. Police say 20-year-old Benny Gamboa had apparently been drinking when he lost control of his car and hit a pickup truck. The driver of the truck, 42-year-old Van Elkins, was transported to a Knoxville hospital with minor injuries. Now, in North Chattanooga, the driver of this car was killed following a crash on I-75 near Cartersville. A Lithonia woman died when the car she was driving burst into flames after it was struck by a fleeing car. A Georgia State Patrol officer says the suspect from Clarksville, Tennessee, is charged with first-degree vehicular homicide. The woman's husband and daughter were also injured. Now, if you're traveling tomorrow, we have 2 words of advice. Leave early. Even though construction won't resume on area highways until next week, you can expect plenty of delays. Tomorrow is the busiest traveling day of the year. By plane, auto, or even trains, whichever way you're going, you're going to find it tough going as many folks return from the Thanksgiving holidays. AAA predicts a record number of people traveling this holiday weekend. Well, the playing field is not level for all retailers. Chattanooga merchants will take a break from holiday sales, about 10 minutes from now. That's because Chattanooga still has what's called a blue law. This means it's against the law for stores and malls to do business between the hours of midnight tonight and noon tomorrow morning. But some retailers have a shopping advantage, and our Felicia McGee joins us in Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia, where shoppers there are ready to do it all night long. Felicia, it's close to midnight. What are the crowds like now?
Well, Mike, it's slowed down some since earlier, but they are still filing in slowly but surely. And we talked to some shoppers who are here from Tennessee, and they say they're just trying to get a leg up. Grab your buggies, on your march, get set, go. But these shoppers are a little different. Mary Nichols and her 4-year-old daughter, Kaylin, live in Chattanooga, but they're shopping in Georgia tonight.
And they do stay open, you know, throughout the evening times, the late hours to where we can get our shopping done.
Due to Chattanooga's blue law, malls and stores must close tonight at midnight and cannot open until 12 noon on Sunday. Because of that, Georgia stores like this Walmart are expecting to be very busy tonight. Are you expecting an increase of shoppers during that time?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Because of the blue law and things over in Tennessee, we're able to afford a continual cycle of business for the customer.
But I still think it's handy for people that works day shift, and it's handy for people that works night shift, too, and weekend shifts and things.
And it seems to be handy for kids looking for a few stars. But most of all, parents are using this precious extra shopping time wisely.
I've got a Mr. Potato Head from Toy Story and a little kitty cat.
But Shannon isn't the only one on a mission.
We take turns, you know, one will stay with the baby while the other does the shopping. We beat the crowd a little bit at night. So.
And that's exactly what a lot of these shoppers are hoping to do tonight, beat the crowd. Could be interesting to see how many of these late night shoppers will be back, say, on Christmas Eve. I'm Felicia McGee reporting live from Fort Oglethorpe. Mike?
Maybe not on Christmas Eve, Felicia, but I know where you'll be the Saturday before Christmas.
You're right, and I'll probably meet you there.
Okay. One thing is for sure, the holiday shopping season can produce a lot of stress, whether it's this weekend or the Saturday before the holiday. Crowds are at their heaviest. Well, this year, a group of workers at Northgate Mall are trying to ease your stress. The Merrymakers hand out shopping bags, provide free strollers, and offer customers complimentary cups of coffee. Shoppers say the Merrymakers help make the season a bit merrier.
Thank you very much.
I like that. It gives a good spirit of people wanting to help each other.
Oh, I think it adds to the Christmas spirit and just makes everybody really happy.
Now, Merrymakers is a nationwide program aimed at recovering the true holiday spirit. Well, folks at the UTC Arena tonight got a chance to see a rare act. The Lippinzahner Stallions performed their varied array of maneuvers for an engrossed crowd. The 20 stallions are all graduates of Vienna's Spanish riding school, where the animals are taught to prance to music. The stallions have a proud heritage as a horse of war, then nobility, and finally as a performer. And if you're a baby boomer or watched Disney a lot, like Gray did when she was growing up, you probably saw them in the 1960s type movie called Miracle of the White Stallions, which chronicled their, I guess they were being saved during World War II. They were in danger of being extinct. So,
beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, they're so beautiful.
They're terrific.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Not a great
not
day.
Great weather. Not at all.
No, we didn't have a great day today, and we continue to have some rainfall. In fact, we have a flash flood watch out until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I'll show you some radar pictures, and we'll talk about it right after this break.
Ever noticed that a lot of successful people drive Jeep Grand Cherokees? Well, maybe that's because they're smart enough to know a great deal when they see one. Like this incredible lease deal of just $299 a month. You get the safety of anti-lock brakes, dual airbags, and the power of 185 horses. Just $299 a month for a limited time. So don't miss this great opportunity, because who knows, a Jeep Grand Cherokee might be just the thing to help you with your climb to the top.
See your local Jeep and Eagle dealer.
Babonjito. Oh, parce que me fait faire gens même gens là.
Language. It's how we communicate with each other. But not all of us speak the same one. So at Bell South, we have people you can reach who speak several languages, whether it's Creole or even English.
I'm so glad you have me good.
Bell South, it's all here.
Ford Ranger and $1,000 cash back. More savings. Just announced the #1 selling compact pickup in America. Ford Ranger comes with $1,000 cash back, a bigger standard engine, more power, and standard dual airbags. More safety. Plus, you get $1,000 cash back or lease a Ranger with air for only $149 a month. More ways to save. Now is the time to drive more for less with $1,000 cash back or lease it for only $149 a month. More pickup. See your local Ford dealer and drive more.
In Chattanooga, you'll see more people climbing, more people soaring, more people celebrating. Maybe it's because in Chattanooga, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee and Memorial Hospital have come together to create Wellport, a health plan and wellness program that offers them the security and peace of mind to do a little more living. Perhaps that's why more people in Chattanooga are dreaming. Live long, live well. Wellport.
Takes a lot of work to make a big breakfast. Easier just to head down to Shoney's and help yourself to the classic American breakfast bar.
Welcome Welcome back, everybody. Not the prettiest of days, but I bet a lot of you got out and stopped anyway. Well, for tonight, rain showers will continue, possibly some embedded thunderstorms as well. Gusty winds may be going along with that, and we're going to keep our temperatures pretty steady into the 50s. And we do have a flash flood watch out for southeastern Tennessee throughout the overnight hours till about 10 o'clock Sunday morning, as we are expecting some more rainfall, and we'll show you some radar pictures here in just a moment. The low this morning, 42 degrees. Our high only got up to 52, and we picked up about an inch of rainfall at the airport, but some of our weather watchers saw a whole lot more than that. We're looking at 2.5 inches of rain up in Dayton. Johnny Turner saw 2.8 inches in Athens, and our big winner, well, it was Albert Stone on top of Mowbray Mountain with 4.5 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. So we've seen a lot of rainfall, especially right over here and into the Cumberland Plateau, as they just saw rain shower after rain shower get dumped on them. So we're continuing to watch that. As far as temperatures go throughout the Tennessee Valley, we're looking at 57 degrees in Atlanta, 63 in Nashville. As we continue to get that warm air from the south, it's causing temperatures to rise. And that's why we're going to keep steady to possibly up our temperatures overnight just a bit, and then we'll make them fall tomorrow afternoon. Well, the culprit is a low-pressure system that's sitting out here, continuing to move out to the northeast. You can see a little spin to the action. All this is dragging in moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Then on the back side of the system, we have a lot of cold air. So right over here, this is snow as it continues to move off. So we're pushing through a cold front, and that will continue to move off through the morning hours as well. Here's all of our rain being pulled up. We have seen some embedded severe weather in some of these storms, so we're continuing to watch that. But you can see it's clearing out through Mississippi, clearing out through western Tennessee. But on the backside, right up in here, that's all snow. So we're watching some cold air, nice cold air on the backside of that system. A little closer view, you can see our viewing area, and we are starting to see some more rain showers come in. You can see a line of severe weather right here. That may have caused some problems out through south central Tennessee. Looks like that's going to be missing us to the north. We've also got some weather down here, and that may also be passing us to the south. So right now it looks like we may be dodging a few bullets here, but we are going to be seeing our fair share of some rainfall and some possible thunderstorms as well. Here's a look at our surface low-pressure system, and with the cold front, that's going to continue to move off towards the northeast. And with it, all the warm air, all the juicy air is going to go with it. So by tomorrow night, especially, well, by tomorrow morning, we're going to see the front pass by, say, between 7 a.m. and noon, and we'll continue to watch it pass by. Then we'll see some cooler and drier air move in. So here's your forecast as we head through tomorrow. Possibly some showers or some thunder showers in the morning. Then we'll turn windy and cooler. Our high temperature is going to be early in the day. Then we'll watch it fall as we head on through the afternoon. Then once we get into Monday, then Mike can go running in the morning. 53 degrees for an afternoon high. Won't need to bundle up, though. It's going to start around freezing, and it doesn't look like we won't get another shot of rain until about Thursday. So we'll just keep our eyes out for this evening.
Good, because we've had enough of it this weekend.
Yes, we have.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. 4.5 for Albert, huh?
4.5.
Wow, that's a lot of rain.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
A look at world and national news is next on News Channel 9 Weekend. A Texas town cashes in on a $50 million lottery ticket. And deciding not to risk lives of the crew aboard Space Shuttle Columbia, NASA cancels its spacewalk. We'll have the latest next.
Just in time for the holidays, it's Carpets of Dalton's gigantic warehouse sale on area rugs. Imagine the family Christmas on a beautiful handmade wool rug. We have thousands on sale. Luxurious rugs from China and India. Rugs of all sizes and colors with 6x9 wool handmade starting as low as $1.99. Whether it's for you or the one you love, discover the Carpets of Dalton difference. Our area rug warehouse sale through December 14th at Carpets of Dalton, the home of American Home Showplace, where America shops for floor covering, under the big sign in Dalton, Georgia.
The magic of Disney's new 101 Dalmatians movie swept the land, and McDonald's near and far are celebrating with 4 wonderfully festive snow domes. Each snow dome only $1.99 when you buy any extra value meal or new deluxe sandwich. Now everyone can treasure and share the snow domes, but hurry, for there is one who would have them all for herself. The fun is unleashed at McDonald's, your Dalmatian location.
Ever noticed that a lot of successful people drive Jeep Grand Cherokees? Well, maybe that's because they're smart enough to know a great deal when they see one. Like this incredible lease deal of just $2.99 a month. You get the safety of anti-lock brakes, dual airbags, and the power of 185 horses. Just $299 a month for a limited time. So don't miss this great opportunity, because who knows, a Jeep Grand Cherokee might be just the thing to help you with your climb to the top.
See your local Jeep and Eagle dealer.
What's the difference between a choice cut of beef served in a nice restaurant and the USDA choice cuts we sell at Food Lions? At Food Lions' extra low prices, you're not paying for the chef. Food Lion, extra low prices and more.
Ever wonder how certain grocery stores can afford such fancy decor? At Food Lion, we concentrate more on the things you came for in the first place. Groceries and extra low prices.
Food Lion, extra low prices and more.
Topping World Watch, NASA has decided to cancel 2 spacewalks that were scheduled for astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. ABC's Jerry King reports on the temporary setback for NASA's long-term mission.
The astronauts themselves have tried to stay positive about an EVA, a walk in space.
We are optimistic that we will get this hatch open.
But from Mission Control,
field goal in this drive, and it really changes the complexion of the play calling the rest of the way. Here's an option. We gave them a little bit different formation. We almost turn it over.
So you drop one, you have a fumble, but you recover it, so you get the field goal from Richie. Good to see him knock one through. You're up 17-zip with 9:30 to go in the third quarter.
And 24-0 later in the game, Jordy, would have changed the entire complexion of when we were backed up on what we, how we would have thrown the ball a little bit more and how we would have defensed them.
But you decided to kind of play it close to the vest now?
Yeah, because I didn't see them driving the length of the field. I thought if we played field position in this weather that we were going to win the football game. It may not be pretty. Had it been 24-0, I think we'd have changed our strategy a little bit.
And Chad Kessler's another player who's really stepped up later. 50-yard punt in that condition. Outstanding.
It just seems like every time we need a critical punt, Chad gets it. And I thought Chris Cummings' play on the punt team was just really outstanding.
Arkansas sends in a new quarterback. Sterner comes in. Incomplete pass there that is recovered, but 3rd and 21, big play coming up.
Yeah, that would have been they ruled that as a fumble. We just didn't recover it.
Jump ball.
Yeah, this is a good catch by Snowden. He's a young freshman from Louisiana.
Now, Malone on the halfback pass. Nice give and go back to the quarterback. So they have nothing to lose. They've got to pull out all the stops. And,
that was a good call by them, Jordy. It was a well-executed play. It was a good call. And, there's that 3rd down play, we should have had a sack.
You pronounce that guy's name for me, would you?
Chris Chakuma?
That's it.
Yeah, we recruited him. That's why. He's a good young back.
So there it is, 17-7 at the end of the 3rd. The 4th quarter, it's just time to not beat yourselves, right? So last play of the ball game, Herb Tyler will kneel on it. 9-2. So how'd that little punch feel?
Well, I was wet already. I want to get some jersey numbers here.
Okay, we can slow it down. We'll play it back after the show and show you. There's the boot.
The boot.
How about that?
We got the boot.
You got the boot. 17-7 the final. 9-2 on the season, bowl days ahead, and that's a different scenario we can talk about forever because there's so many possibilities, but what a heck of a season. When you think about it from the beginning, weigh it all out, the schedule that you had, 9-2, fabulous.
I thought we played the games, the 9 games that we won, we played them well enough to win. At times we looked real good, at other times we didn't, but we always found a way to win the football games. The 2 disappointments, obviously, the 2 games against the 2 best teams in our conference by the league championship. And so we've got a lot to build on going into the bowl game and going into spring practice. But 9-2 is a good year, and I think everyone felt that way at the end of the game yesterday.
All right, Coach. Well, we'll take a break. When we come back, the key to any good football team or any team is your senior leadership. We'll take a look at the seniors and much, much more. Stay with us.
Your co-SEC West champs, and you're headed to a bowl berth. Where would you like to go?
As long as we're going bowling, I don't care where we go. I'm just happy we're in this situation.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye, Coach.
This week, Daddy's coming to visit and see how my river retreat's coming along.
Little Dixie always knew how to raise the roof. It looks like she's at it again.
And it's a lot easier with the Bell South Yellow Pages. Everything up there is right in here. Daddy, meet the roofers I found through the book.
Hello, Mr. Carter. Hey. Dixie, you must be starving. Let me fix us something to eat. Where's the kitchen?
Yes, I saw your ad in the Bell South Yellow Pages.
'Twas a while before Christmas, and all through the Bell, there was such excitement we can't wait to tell. There's cash being hung on the tree with great care, which in time will be given away with such flair. 500, 1,000, 10,000 and more. 30,000 in cash, plus prizes galore. So register often by December 6th. You could win Christmas cash, says good old St. Nick.
Sometimes it's the small choices that really matter most. At Regions Bank, we know that choosing the right bank might not seem that important now, but it can matter a lot when it comes to providing a solid plan for your future. As one of the nation's strongest financial companies, we have the long-term investment options you'll need to keep your options open down the road, no matter how far you're going. Regions Bank, let us lend you our strength.
G.C. Calloway. Wall Street didn't suit him. Chris Kelly. She's just begun to fly.
Get used to it.
Corey McNamara. Her aim is true.
Oh, God.
Victor Del Toro has just begun to fight.
Think of me as Blue.
Lieutenant Anthony Palermo, the man in charge.
Are you across the line on this thing?
There beats the beach.
They can run, but we can fly.
On USA and nowhere else. Pacific Blue. Saturday nights at 9.
A lawyer with a killer instinct defending a killer with a secret.
There was someone else in that room.
Behind every murder lies fear. Primal Fear on pay-per-view.
I saw the tape. I know what he did to me.
Prepare for a primal jolt. Serves up twist after twist.
What about the truth?
The most accomplished whodunit of its kind.
The illusion of truth.
Richard Gere.
I think everyone's going to want this one.
Primal Fear. Get exciting suspense the way you want it at home on pay-per-view.
This segment of Inside LSU Football is brought to you each week by the new Coors Light Wide Mouth Can. Half the Rockies with a smoother pour.
Welcome back, Coach. The key to any successful team, you got to have leadership, and seniors this year seem to be a team that really carried the load for you.
Jordy, I thought Alan and Ben were as two good a captains as I've ever been around. I thought our seniors were as good a group. I think the guys, and I've said this several times, like Trey Champagne, Casey Howard, David Butler, Myron Lambert, guys that don't play down after down and still provide leadership and still put the team ahead of themselves, really is what makes an outstanding group of seniors. And so this tribute to them is really well-deserved, and not being 9-2, I don't think we could have did it without him.
No question about that. Here he is again, Kevin Wagner, with a look at 13 seniors as they bid farewell to Tiger Town.
As LSU now prepares for its second consecutive postseason bowl game, 13 Tiger seniors are facing the harsh realization that they have but one game remaining as LSU Tigers. And as each senior was presented last weekend for the final time in Tiger Stadium, the moment rekindled the memories of pride, the jubilation of success, and the fond feelings of teamwork and camaraderie each one has experienced during his LSU career. We've heard from many of these seniors over the past 3 months, and on the eve of their final ball game as LSU Tigers, we reflect on some of the thoughts and memories they've shared with Inside LSU Football.
Our thing is to every senior dream and want to leave something behind. I mean, being a junior, you never realize, you know, what you want to leave behind. But once you're a senior, you want to become a part of something. You want to set something. You want to say, well, I started this tradition over again. And I think being a senior, you want to leave something behind. I mean, you want to say, hey, I started this, or we started this trend, and we just want to keep it going. We want to get it rolling, and we can say, always look back at the beginning where they started all over again. It's back to the foundation.
It's just such a turnaround from when I came here as a true freshman from 2-9 to now seeing, you know, the fan support, and it's everywhere you go. It's not just in Baton Rouge. It's back home or in Texas or Mississippi. There's always a Tiger fan somewhere, and it's just real exciting for, you know, me to be part of that my senior year, and I couldn't ask for anything else.
We can be as good as we want to be as long as we work hard at it. I mean, as long as we stay focused and take it one game at a time, not try to overlook no opponent. We got to take each opponent serious.
I mean, I think this season will finally put LSU back where it needs to be, on top. And all I can hope for by what I do this year I can leave a spark for the younger guys to hold on to and to want to be better than we were.
This is where your home roots are, and you know, the people over here, they love you, and everybody in the state knows who you are, and they all come out and pull for you, and Coach Nardo and his staff, they've got this place on the verge of becoming something big, and you know, we're right there. We just got to make that next step, and you know, with the help of some good prospects coming up in the future, they're going to be there.
It makes me feel good. So when I look back, and I know LSU, I know that I always say there's going to be an SEC championship here soon, very soon, and just knowing that you were part of that foundation and to build on it, it feels good. So I think that I can always take that with me later on in life and just say, you know, look, I was a part of that. And that's the only thing I can do, and it makes me proud to say that.
13 Tiger seniors who are proud of the successful legacy they leave behind, and a group of seniors the purple and gold faithful will forever cherish as LSU Tigers. Kevin Wagner inside LSU football.
Thank you very much, Kevin. When we come back, we'll wrap this whole baby up. Stay with us.
So the LSU Tigers have gone on to beat Arkansas 17-7, and with the win, LSU improves to 9-2, 6-2 in the SEC, and they will share the SEC West title with Alabama. As for Danny Ford, his team walks off the field.
'Twas a while before Christmas, and all through the bell there was such excitement we can't wait to tell. There's cash being hung on the tree with great care, which in time will be given away with such flair. 500, 1,000, 10,000 and more. 30,000 in cash, plus prizes galore. So register often by December 6th. You could win Christmas cash, says good old St. Nick.
Hello. In case you were wondering, this college thing is about more than, well, college. Fun matters a lot, too. At Regions Bank, they've developed collegiate checking, designed by students for students. Advantages? Lots. Hassles? Nah. Leaving more time for, that's right, fun. So if you're not with Regions yet, here's a little something you might say to your old bank. Bye-bye. Regions Bank. Let them lend you their strength.
Just you and I.
Just you and I. Hi. If you enjoy listening to light country music, then you're going to love this new collection called Southern Comfort. Just listen.
But I believe in love. Help you make it through tonight. Maybe I didn't love you.
Southern Comfort is filled with 36 mellow country hits performed by the country stars who made them great. Here's more. I love you. I honestly love you.
And when we get behind